maybe you're lying in bed right now, and the room is finally quiet. The lights are off. The house has settled down. The noise of the day has disappeared, and everyone else seems to have found their way into sleep. But somehow, your mind didn't get the message. You're still thinking about what happened today. Maybe it was something someone said to you. Maybe it was a conversation you wish had gone differently. Maybe you're carrying a decision you don't know how to make, a problem you can't solve, or a future you can't control. And even though your body is tired, your thoughts keep moving. You replay the same conversation. You imagine tomorrow. You wonder what could go wrong. You think about the bills, the family, the work waiting for you in the morning, the relationship that feels uncertain, or the thing you've been praying about for so long that you've almost forgotten what it feels like to expect an answer. And perhaps the hardest part is this. You know you should be sleeping, but you don't know how to make your heart become quiet. If that is where you are tonight, stay here for a little while. You don't have to solve your life before you fall asleep. You don't have to understand tomorrow before you can rest tonight. And you certainly don't have to carry every unanswered question into the darkness with you. There is a reason Psalm 4 has comforted people for generations. It is not the prayer of someone living in a perfect world. It is the prayer of a man who knows what it feels like to be surrounded by trouble and still have to face the night. David knew what it meant to be afraid. He knew what it meant to be misunderstood, opposed, disappointed, and uncertain about what tomorrow might bring. And yet, when the noise around him became too much, he turned toward God. That is where we are going tonight. Not toward another explanation for everything that has gone wrong. Not toward another attempt to control what cannot be controlled, but toward the quiet confidence that comes when you remember who is still awake while you sleep. So before we go any further, let yourself breathe a little more slowly. If you're holding tension in your shoulders, let them soften. If your jaw is tight, release it. If your hands are clenched, let them rest. You don't have to force yourself to sleep. Just allow yourself to stop fighting the night. There may still be thoughts that come. Let them come. You don't have to chase them. You don't have to answer every question your mind asks you at midnight. Some questions can wait until morning. Some problems can wait until daylight. And some burdens were never yours to carry in the first place. There is a strange kind of freedom in realizing that you are allowed to put something down before it is completely solved. You can leave an unfinished conversation unfinished for tonight. You can leave tomorrow's decisions for tomorrow. You can admit that you don't know what will happen next and still believe that you are not alone, because peace does not always begin when your circumstances change. Sometimes peace begins when you finally stop demanding that you understand everything. Tonight, Psalm 4 will lead us through that kind of peace. A peace that does not depend on a perfect day. A peace that does not require every problem to have an answer. A peace that can exist even when the world outside your window remains uncertain. And as we move slowly through David's prayer, I want you to remember one thought. Some battles are not meant to be fought at midnight. Some burdens are meant to be placed in God's hands. Before you close your eyes, you have carried enough for today. Whatever happened today, it has already happened. Whatever tomorrow brings, it has not arrived yet. But this moment is here. This quiet room is here. This breath is here. And God is here. So tonight, you don't need to run toward tomorrow. You can simply rest where you are. And as the night becomes quieter, we will listen to the prayer of a man who discovered that even in the middle of trouble, he could lie down and sleep in peace, because his peace was never built on knowing what tomorrow would bring. It was built on knowing who would be there when tomorrow came. Before we listen to David's prayer, let the day become quiet, not because everything that happened today has been resolved, but because you do not have to keep carrying the noise of the day into the silence of the night. There is a time for working, a time for speaking, a time for making decisions, and a time for dealing with the things that demand your attention. But there is also a time to stop, and perhaps tonight, that time has come. Whatever happened earlier today does not need another hour of your attention right now. You have thought about it enough. You have replayed it enough. You have tried to predict every possible outcome, explained every detail to yourself, and imagined conversations that may never happen. You can let that go for a little while. Tomorrow will have its own responsibilities. Tonight has only one: rest. So allow yourself to become aware of where you are. Perhaps you are lying in your bed beneath a blanket, with the room almost completely dark. Perhaps there is a small light coming through the curtains, or the faint sound of traffic somewhere beyond the walls. Maybe there is rain outside. Maybe the house is completely silent. Whatever surrounds you, you don't have to change it. Just notice the quiet and notice your breathing. There is no need to force a deep breath or follow a complicated technique. Simply breathe naturally and let each breath remind you that you are still here, still being carried through this moment, still held within the care of God. Sometimes we spend so much of our lives trying to hold everything together that we forget what it feels like to be held. We hold our schedules together. We hold our families together. We hold our responsibilities together. We hold our emotions together when someone asks us if we're okay. And then, when the house becomes quiet and there is finally no one left to perform for, all the things we have been holding begin to rise to the surface. That is often when the mind becomes loud. But tonight, you don't have to hold everything. You can place some of it down, not because it doesn't matter. It may matter very much. Not because the problem is imaginary. It may be very real. And not because you suddenly know how everything will turn out. You may still have no idea. You can release something without pretending it doesn't matter. That is an important kind of faith. Faith does not mean closing your eyes to reality. It means looking at reality honestly, and then remembering that reality is not bigger than God. So, if there is something on your mind tonight, you don't need to push it away. Just bring it into the presence of God. If you're worried about someone you love, bring that person with you into this quiet moment. If you're worried about tomorrow, bring tomorrow. If you're carrying regret, bring the regret. If you're angry, bring the anger. If you're afraid, bring the fear. You don't have to make any of it sound spiritual. God does not need a polished version of your heart. David didn't come before God pretending that everything was fine. He cried out. He questioned. He remembered. He trusted. And that is one of the reasons Psalm 4 feels so human. It begins where many of us begin our nights, with a heart that is not yet quiet. But somewhere along the way, David discovers something that we desperately need to remember. The circumstances around him do not have to become peaceful before his heart can begin to experience peace. That does not happen all at once. It happens one surrender at a time, one thought, one fear, one memory, one unanswered question, one burden placed into God's hands. And perhaps that is what tonight can become for you. Not a night where you force yourself to stop thinking, but a night where you no longer feel responsible for solving everything you think about. There is a difference. You are not trying to empty your mind. You are allowing your mind to rest in the presence of someone greater than your thoughts. You are not running away from your problems. You are remembering that you do not have to face them alone. And you are not pretending that tomorrow will be easy. You are simply refusing to live tomorrow before it arrives. Let that thought settle for a moment. You do not have to live tomorrow tonight. Tomorrow has not asked anything of you yet. The emails have not arrived. The conversations have not happened. The decisions have not been made. The problems have not unfolded. And the things you are afraid might happen are still only possibilities. But this moment is real. This breath is real. This night is real. And the presence of God is real. So let yourself remain here. Let the room become quieter. Let the sounds in the distance fade into the background. And if another thought appears, you don't have to wrestle with it. You can simply say, Lord, you know. You don't have to explain everything. Lord, you know what happened today. Lord, you know what I'm afraid of. Lord, you know what I cannot fix. Lord, you know what tomorrow may bring. And perhaps the simplest prayer tonight is also the hardest one. Lord, I trust you with what I cannot control. Say it slowly in your heart, not as a performance, not because you suddenly feel completely peaceful, but because sometimes trust begins before the feeling of peace arrives. And remember this, you do not have to understand the night in order to rest through it. There are things God may explain later. There are prayers whose answers may take time. There are seasons whose meaning only becomes visible when you look back. Tonight, you do not need the whole story. You only need enough faith to take the next quiet breath, and then another and another, until the weight of the day begins to loosen its grip. until your thoughts no longer demand immediate answers, until your heart begins to remember what David remembered, that there is someone you can call upon in the darkness, someone who hears, someone who has carried you before, someone who will still be there when morning comes. And now, as we leave the noise of today behind, we are ready to enter the ancient night of Psalm 4, a night when David was surrounded by uncertainty, a night when his enemies were real, a night when his circumstances were far from peaceful, and yet somehow he found a way to close his eyes. He found a way to trust. He found a way to sleep. And tonight, slowly and gently, we are going to discover how. During the day, we can stay busy enough to avoid the questions that quietly follow us. There is always another task, another message, another responsibility, another conversation waiting for our attention. Even when something is hurting inside us, we can keep moving. We can work through it, distract ourselves from it, or simply tell ourselves that we will deal with it later. But then the night comes. The house becomes quiet. The lights go out. The phone is finally set aside. The people around us disappear into their own rooms. And for the first time, all day, there is nothing left to distract us from what is happening inside. And that is often when the thoughts begin. The conversation you thought you had forgotten suddenly comes back. The decision you were trying not to think about is waiting for you again. The thing you cannot change begins to occupy your mind, as though thinking about it one more time might somehow produce a different ending. And sometimes, beneath all those thoughts, there is an even deeper question. God, are you listening? That question is not new. It is not unique to our generation. And it is not a sign that you have somehow failed as a believer. David knew what it was like to lie awake with trouble surrounding him. He knew what it meant to live with uncertainty, opposition, and pressure. And when he turned to God in Psalm 4, he did not begin with a polished speech or a confident declaration that everything was going to work out. He cried out, "Answer me when I call to you, O God of my righteousness." Those words immediately tell us something important about David. He believes there is someone who can hear him. His circumstances may be confusing, but his destination is not. He knows where to turn, and perhaps that is the first lesson this ancient prayer has for someone listening tonight. When you don't know what to do with what is happening around you, you can still know where to take it. David does not pretend that his distress isn't real. He doesn't hide behind religious language. He doesn't act as though faith means never being troubled. He simply calls upon God. There is a particular honesty in that. Sometimes we think we need to become calm before we pray. We think we need to organize our thoughts, control our emotions, find the right words, and somehow arrive before God as a better version of ourselves. But David does not wait until he feels better. He calls while he is still in distress. And that matters because some nights you may not have a beautiful prayer. You may only have a sentence: Lord, help me. You may not have the strength to explain everything that happened. You may not even understand yourself well enough to explain why your heart feels so heavy, but you can call. You can whisper his name. You can tell him what hurts. You can sit in silence and know that your silence is not invisible to him. David's prayer begins with that movement toward God. And as the psalm continues, we discover that he is not only asking God to hear him, he is remembering something. He remembers that God has helped him before. David speaks of the relief God gave him when he was in distress. That small detail carries enormous weight, because when we are frightened, the present moment has a way of becoming the entire world. A difficult conversation can feel like the end of a relationship. A financial problem can feel like the end of security. A disappointing diagnosis, a broken relationship, a failure at work, a family conflict, or an unanswered prayer can become so large in our minds that we forget there was ever a time before it. But David remembers. He looks backward and says, in effect, God has been faithful before. That doesn't erase the present problem. It changes the way he stands inside it. There is a difference between saying, nothing bad will happen, and saying, whatever happens, God has not stopped being God. The first statement depends on circumstances. The second depends on character. And David's confidence is rooted in the character of God. Think about that tonight. You have lived through days you once thought would never end. There were moments when you didn't know how a situation would work out. Yet somehow morning came. There were things you feared that never happened. There were things you thought would break you, that by God's grace, you survived. There were prayers you prayed with tears in your eyes, and even if the answer did not come in the way you expected, you are still here. You made it through. That doesn't mean every painful experience had a simple explanation. It doesn't mean every prayer was answered according to your preferred timetable. Scripture never asks us to pretend that suffering is easy or that every mystery can be explained, but it does invite us to remember. Remembering God's faithfulness is not nostalgia. It is spiritual resistance against despair, because despair says, this moment is all there is. Faith remembers, God has been with me before this moment, and he will not suddenly become absent because tonight is difficult. That is why David's prayer is so relevant to the person lying awake tonight. Maybe you are facing something you genuinely cannot control. Perhaps someone you love is making choices you cannot make for them. Perhaps your future feels uncertain. Perhaps you are waiting for an answer that has not come. Perhaps you are exhausted from trying to be strong for everyone else. Or perhaps nothing dramatic happened today at all. Maybe you simply reached the end of another long day and realized that your mind is carrying far more than your body can comfortably carry into the night. Whatever your situation may be, Psalm 4 does not begin by telling you to figure it all out. It begins with a call. Turn toward God. That sounds simple, but it is not always easy. Because when we are afraid, we naturally want control. We want information. We want guarantees. We want to know exactly what tomorrow will look like before we allow ourselves to relax tonight. We want God to show us the entire road, but very often He gives us something different, His presence. And there is a deep difference between having an explanation and having someone you trust. An explanation can tell you why something happened. Presence reminds you that you are not alone while you walk through it. An explanation can satisfy the mind. Presence can steady the heart. And David's prayer points us toward that kind of confidence. He does not know everything, but he knows God. That may be one of the most important truths you can carry into sleep tonight. You don't have to know everything that is going to happen tomorrow. You don't have to understand why every door closed. You don't have to know how every financial concern will be resolved. You don't have to know what another person will decide. You don't have to predict every possible problem before you can finally let your head rest on the pillow. You can know God. And sometimes that is where peace begins. Not when the unanswered questions disappear, but when you stop believing that you must answer them all tonight. There is a kind of exhaustion that comes from trying to mentally control a future that has not happened yet. You replay possibilities. You build imaginary conversations. You prepare for disasters that may never arrive. You ask yourself what you should have done differently and what you will do if everything goes wrong. And after hours of this, you may realize that none of it has changed the future. It has only stolen the present. David gives us another way. He brings the troubled heart to God. He doesn't deny the trouble. He doesn't deny the people who oppose him. He doesn't deny the uncertainty, but he refuses to let those things become larger than the God he is calling upon. That is faith in the middle of a difficult night. Faith is not always the feeling that everything will be okay. Sometimes faith is simply the decision to turn toward God when you don't know whether everything will be okay. That distinction matters, because if you wait until you feel completely confident before you trust God, you may wait a very long time. But you can trust while your hands are still shaking. You can pray while your eyes are still filled with tears. You can believe while some questions remain unanswered. You can lie down at night and say, "Lord, I don't understand this, but I know you are here." That is not weak faith. That is faith learning to walk without seeing the entire road. And perhaps tonight, God is not asking you to understand the entire road either. Perhaps He is simply asking you to take this one night and place it in His hands. The thing that happened today can stay with God tonight. The conversation you cannot resolve can stay with God tonight. The person you cannot change can stay with God tonight. The future you cannot predict can stay with God tonight. You are allowed to rest without having finished everything. There is a beautiful humility in that. We are not God. We cannot see everything. We cannot control everyone. We cannot guarantee tomorrow. and we were never meant to. There are burdens that become lighter the moment we stop pretending they belong entirely to us. So, if your heart is still restless, don't be discouraged by that. You are not required to manufacture peace. Instead, begin by bringing your unrest into the presence of God. Tell Him what you are afraid of. Tell Him what you are disappointed about. Tell Him what you wish had happened differently. Tell Him about the person who hurt you. Tell Him about the decision you are afraid to make. Tell Him about the future you cannot see. And if you don't have the words, simply remain there. God does not need a perfect explanation from you in order to understand you. David's prayer reminds us that the relationship comes before the resolution. He calls before the problem is solved. He remembers before the answer arrives. He trusts before he can see the outcome. And that is where the story of Psalm 4 begins to move deeper. Because David is not only dealing with the trouble around him, he is also dealing with the restless desires of the human heart. The people around him are searching for what is good, what is satisfying, what will make them secure. Yet they are looking in places that cannot ultimately give them what they need. And David knows something they have forgotten. The human heart can spend an entire lifetime searching for peace in things that were never capable of giving it. We search for peace in money, in approval, in achievement, in relationships, in control, in being understood, in getting the last word, in knowing exactly what tomorrow will bring. And even when we obtain those things, the heart often asks for something more, because what the heart ultimately needs cannot be manufactured by circumstances. It must be received. That is why David keeps turning back toward God. He has discovered that peace is not something he can build by controlling everything around him. It is something he finds by trusting the one who remains faithful when everything around him is uncertain. And perhaps that is the quiet invitation waiting for you tonight. You don't have to control this night. You don't have to control tomorrow. You don't have to control other people's choices. You don't have to control every possible outcome. You can simply come before God and say, "Here is what I have. Here is what I fear. Here is what I cannot change. Here is what I don't understand. And here is what I am placing in your hands." Then let the silence remain. You may not feel an immediate change. That's okay. Peace is not always dramatic. Sometimes it arrives quietly, almost unnoticed, like the first light entering a dark room before you realize that morning has begun. And sometimes trust grows the same way. One remembered mercy, one honest prayer, one surrendered fear, one quiet breath, one decision not to carry tomorrow before tomorrow comes. And slowly, the heart begins to understand something the mind has been trying to learn all along. You are not alone in this. You were never alone in this. The God David called upon in the darkness was not distant from him, and he has not become distant from you. So tonight, before you ask God to change everything around you, allow yourself to remember what He has already carried you through. Remember the nights you survived. Remember the doors that opened at the right time. Remember the strength that appeared when you thought you had none left. Remember the people God placed in your life. Remember the mercy you did not deserve, but received anyway. Remember that your story has not ended at the hardest chapter. And remember this: a difficult night does not mean God has abandoned the story. David's night was not the end of his story, and yours is not either. So remain here for a little longer. Let the noise of the day continue to fade. Let your breathing become slower and more natural, and let your heart listen carefully to what David says next. Because after crying out to God, David begins to speak directly to the people whose hearts have become restless and distracted. And what he says reaches far beyond his own circumstances. It reaches into one of the deepest struggles of every human heart: the desire to find peace somewhere other than God. There are moments in life when the hardest thing is not knowing what to do, but wondering whether anyone truly sees what you are carrying. You may be surrounded by people who love you. You may have a home to return to, and a phone filled with names you could call. And yet there can still be a private place inside your heart where you feel completely alone. Some burdens are difficult to explain because they are not always visible from the outside. And sometimes the person who looks the strongest during the day is the same person who lies awake at night, wondering how much longer they can keep carrying everything. Perhaps that is why David's first words in Psalm 4 are so striking. He does not begin by telling us how strong he feels, because strength is not what he is experiencing in that moment. Instead, he turns toward God and asks him to answer when he calls. Beneath those words is something deeply human. David wants to know that his cry has reached someone who can actually hear it. Answer me when I call to you, O God of my righteousness. There is no complicated argument here. There is no attempt to impress God with eloquence. David simply calls, and behind that call is the confidence that God is listening. That may be exactly what someone needs to remember tonight. When you are exhausted, unanswered prayer can become especially painful. During the day, you can tell yourself that perhaps the answer will come tomorrow, or that you simply need to be patient, or that you should stop thinking about it for a while. But when the room becomes dark and the distractions disappear, the question can return with surprising force. God, do you hear me? Perhaps you have asked that question more than once. Maybe you have been praying about your family, and nothing seems to change. Maybe you have asked God for direction, and every option still looks uncertain. Maybe you have been asking Him to heal something in your relationships, to provide financially, to open a door, to give you wisdom, or simply to give you enough strength to make it through another difficult season. You may have prayed the same prayer so many times that you no longer know whether you are expecting an answer or simply repeating the words because you don't know what else to say. If that is where you are, Psalm 4 does not shame you for calling again. David calls, and that is worth noticing. He does not say, I already prayed about this, so there is no point in praying again. He does not conclude that God's silence must mean God's absence. Instead, he turns toward God once more. There is something powerful about that kind of persistence, because unanswered prayer can tempt us to withdraw. When we ask for something and do not receive the answer we expected, our instinct can be to protect ourselves by expecting less. We begin to tell ourselves that perhaps we should not hope too much, because disappointment hurts less when we never allow ourselves to believe that anything might change. But David does something different. He continues to call. He brings his need back into the presence of God. And perhaps faith sometimes looks less like having extraordinary confidence and more like refusing to stop turning toward God when circumstances give you reasons to turn away. There is a difference between God's silence and God's absence. Even though in the middle of a difficult night, they can feel almost identical. We are limited creatures. We cannot see everything God is doing, and we cannot always understand the timing of His work. Scripture gives us many stories in which God's people wait longer than they wanted, experience hardship they did not expect, and walk through seasons where the outcome remains hidden from them. David knew something about waiting. His life was not a straight line from promise to fulfillment. Scripture presents him as a man who experienced victories and failures, moments of honor and moments of danger, seasons of being celebrated and seasons of being pursued. His relationship with God did not remove every storm from his life, but it gave him somewhere to stand when the storms came. That distinction is important for us as well. Sometimes we secretly imagine that if we are faithful enough, life will become predictable. We may believe that if we pray sincerely and try to live rightly, God will protect us from uncertainty. Yet the testimony of Scripture is more honest than that. Faith does not place us in a world where nothing painful happens. Faith teaches us where to turn when painful things happen, and David turns toward God. So, if you have been feeling forgotten, perhaps the first thing you need tonight is not another explanation for why your circumstances have unfolded the way they have. Perhaps you simply need to remember that being unable to see God's work does not mean that God has stopped working. Think about the difference between a child sitting in the back seat of a car and the parent driving in front. The child may not know where the road is going. They may not understand why the car turned left instead of right, why the journey is taking so long, or why they cannot simply arrive at the destination immediately. But the child's lack of information does not mean the driver has lost the road. In the same way, there are seasons when we know very little about what God is doing. We see the problem, we see the delay, we see the closed door, we see the unanswered prayer, But we do not see everything that God sees, and perhaps the deepest challenge of trust is learning to remain faithful when our view is incomplete. Tonight, you may not know what God is doing with your circumstances, but you can still bring those circumstances to Him. You may not know when the answer will come, but you can still call. You may not understand why something happened, but you can still say, "Lord, you know what I cannot see." That is not pretending to understand. It is admitting that you don't, and there is humility in that admission. We live in a world that constantly teaches us to gather more information, predict more accurately, plan more carefully, and control more effectively. Those things have their proper place, but eventually every human being reaches the boundary of what they can know and control. There are moments when the most intelligent plan cannot guarantee the outcome, when the most careful preparation cannot remove uncertainty, and when all the thinking in the world cannot give the heart the peace it is looking for. That is where trust begins. Not where knowledge ends completely, but where our demand for complete control begins to loosen. Perhaps you have been trying to solve something tonight that cannot be solved at midnight. Perhaps you have been mentally rehearsing tomorrow because you are afraid that if you stop thinking about it, you will somehow lose control of it. But the opposite may be true. Sometimes continuing to think about something after you have done everything you can do is not responsibility anymore. It is simply exhaustion, wearing the clothes of responsibility. You have done what you can for today. The rest can wait. And if there is something you genuinely need to do tomorrow, God will still be there tomorrow. When you wake up, you don't need to stay awake all night guarding a future that belongs to Him. That does not mean you stop caring. It means you stop pretending that worry is the same thing as care. Worry can make us feel productive because our minds are constantly active. But activity is not always progress. You can spend 3 hours thinking about a problem and still be no closer to solving it than you were when you first lay down. Prayer offers another possibility. Instead of carrying the problem around and around, inside your own mind, you place it before God. You tell Him the truth. You tell Him what you want. You tell Him what you fear. You tell Him what you wish would happen. And then you remember that the final outcome does not depend entirely upon your ability to anticipate every possibility. This is not an invitation to become careless about life. It is an invitation to stop carrying responsibilities that were never assigned to you. There is a burden that belongs to obedience, and there is another burden that belongs to control. The first may be yours. The second never was. You can be faithful without being in control. You can prepare without predicting. You can love someone without being able to determine their choices. You can work diligently without knowing exactly what the future will produce. And you can pray sincerely without knowing exactly when or how God will answer. That is where David's prayer begins to become more than an ancient song. It becomes a mirror, because perhaps the person you are trying hardest to control tonight is not another person at all. Perhaps it is your own future. You want certainty. You want reassurance that nothing will go wrong. You want to know that the people you love will be safe, that your finances will work out, that your health will remain stable, that your plans will succeed, and that tomorrow will not bring some unexpected event capable of overturning everything you have built. But no human being can possess that kind of certainty, and perhaps God never intended for us to. Instead, He invites us to trust Him one day at a time. That is why Jesus later teaches His followers not to be consumed with tomorrow, because tomorrow will have its own concerns. The principle is not that tomorrow does not matter. It is that tomorrow does not belong in your hands tonight. Tonight belongs here. This breath belongs here. This moment belongs here. And God is present here. So if your heart has been whispering, "What if something goes wrong tomorrow?" let that question remain unanswered for tonight. You do not have to solve every "what if." If your mind says, "What if I lose this?" you can answer, "God knows." If your mind says, "What if they leave?" you can answer, "God knows." If your mind says, "What if I fail?" you can answer, "God knows." If your mind says, "What if I cannot handle what comes next?" you can answer, "God knows, and I will not face it without Him." That final thought matters, because faith does not promise that you will never face difficult things. It gives you a deeper promise. Whatever comes, you will not be abandoned to face it alone. David knew that he had reasons to be afraid, but he also had reasons to remember. And one of the greatest forms of spiritual strength is remembering the right things when fear is trying to make you forget them. Remember that God has carried you before. Remember that He has sustained you through days you did not think you could survive. Remember that you are still here. Remember that the chapter you are living through is not the entire book. Remember that God's faithfulness is not measured by how quickly He gives you what you want. And remember that His silence is not proof of His absence. Perhaps tonight, instead of asking God to explain everything, you can simply ask Him to help you trust Him with what you cannot explain. That is a quieter prayer. It may not produce an immediate answer, but it can change the posture of the heart. You stop standing over tomorrow as though you must control it, and you begin resting beneath the care of the God who already knows it. There is something deeply comforting about realizing that you do not have to stay awake to make sure God does His work. God does not need your insomnia to remain faithful. He does not need your worry to protect the people you love. He does not need your constant mental rehearsal to prepare tomorrow. He is God whether you are awake or asleep, and perhaps that is one of the reasons Psalm 4 eventually leads David toward the words that have brought comfort to countless people through the centuries. The possibility of lying down and sleeping in peace. But David does not arrive there by pretending that nothing is wrong. He arrives there by learning where his heart can safely place what is wrong. So tonight, if you have been feeling forgotten, hear this gently. Your unanswered prayer is not invisible. Your tears are not meaningless. Your waiting is not proof that God has forgotten your name. And your inability to see what comes next does not mean that there is nothing beyond the darkness. You can call. You can keep calling. You can come to God with the same burden you brought yesterday. And you do not need to apologize for needing Him again tonight, because sometimes the greatest evidence of faith is not that you have stopped needing God. It is that you continue to return to Him. And as we continue through Psalm 4, David is going to remind us of something even more personal. He is going to point us toward the evidence that God has already given us. The moments when relief came after distress, and the memories that can become anchors when the present moment feels uncertain. Because when fear tells you that this night will last forever, one of the most powerful things you can do is remember the nights God has already carried you through. The darkness may hide the road ahead, but it cannot hide the God who walks with you. There is a particular kind of fear that becomes stronger when we forget our own history. When something difficult happens, the mind has a tendency to narrow its vision until the present problem is all we can see. The situation in front of us becomes larger than everything behind us. And suddenly, the years of God's faithfulness can feel strangely distant. We remember what is going wrong, but we forget what God has already carried us through. David seems to understand this danger. Before he asks God for something new, he remembers what God has already done. He says that God has given him relief when he was in distress. That sentence is easy to read quickly, but tonight it is worth slowing down over, because there is something profoundly human inside it. David is not looking at his present circumstances and pretending that they are easy. He is looking backward and remembering that the God who is with him tonight is the same God who has helped him before. That memory becomes an anchor, and perhaps you need an anchor tonight. Not another prediction about tomorrow. Not another attempt to calculate every possible outcome. Not another hour spent imagining what could go wrong. Perhaps you simply need to remember. Remember the things you have already survived. Remember the moments when you thought you would not have the strength to make it through another day, and somehow morning came. Remember the season when you were certain a door would never open, and eventually another door appeared. Remember the prayer you prayed when you had no idea how things could possibly change. And then, perhaps slowly and quietly, circumstances began to move in a direction you could not have predicted. And remember the times when the situation itself did not change immediately, but somehow you changed within it. You became stronger. You became more patient. You learned to let go. You learned that you could survive disappointment. without becoming bitter. You discovered that God could meet you in places where you had never expected to find Him. Those memories matter. They do not mean that everything will happen again in exactly the same way. Faith is not a formula that says, because God did this once, He must do the same thing again. Scripture does not give us that kind of guarantee, but remembering God's faithfulness reminds us of something deeper. God has already proven Himself faithful in ways we did not always recognize while they were happening. Sometimes we only understand God's faithfulness after the storm has passed. When you are standing in the middle of the storm, all you can see is rain. You cannot see the shape of the story. You cannot see what the storm is doing to the ground beneath you. You cannot see what is waiting on the other side. You simply know that you are tired, that the wind is strong, and that you want it to end. Then one day you look back and you realize that you were carried through something you once thought would destroy you. That is why memory can become an act of worship. You look backward, not because you want to live in the past, but because the past contains evidence that your fear is not telling the whole truth. Fear says, "You will never get through this." Memory says, "You have been through difficult things before." Fear says this is the end. Memory says, there were other moments that felt like endings, and God was still writing the story. Fear says, you are alone. Memory says, look at how many times you were carried when you did not realize you were being carried. That does not make the present problem disappear, but it puts the problem back into perspective. And perspective can change the way we breathe. Perhaps you can think of your own life tonight. There is no need to force yourself to remember something dramatic. God's faithfulness is not limited to spectacular moments. Sometimes the most important mercies are ordinary enough that we almost overlook them. You woke up this morning. You had another day. You made it through the responsibilities that were waiting for you. You spoke with someone you love. You ate. You worked. You rested, even if only for a moment. You experienced another day of life that you did not create for yourself and could not guarantee for yourself. There are mercies hidden inside ordinary days, and when we are anxious, we often overlook them because anxiety is always searching for what might happen next. Gratitude does something different. Gratitude turns the heart toward what has already been given. This is not about forcing yourself to be positive when something is genuinely painful. It is about refusing to let pain become the only thing you can see. There can be sorrow and gratitude in the same heart. There can be uncertainty and trust in the same heart. There can be tears and worship in the same night. David's prayer shows us that faith is not the absence of difficult emotions. It is the decision to bring those emotions into the presence of God rather than allowing them to become the final authority over your heart. Maybe tonight you are carrying a problem that feels completely different from anything you have faced before. Perhaps that is true, but even if the circumstances are new, The character of God is not. The same God who met you before is still God tonight. The same God who heard you before still hears you. The same God whose faithfulness sustained you through another season has not suddenly become less faithful because this season is difficult. That is why remembering matters. We forget so easily. We remember the one unanswered prayer and forget the many times God provided. We remember the person who left and forget the people who stayed. We remember the door that closed and forget the doors that opened. We remember what we lost and forget what we were given. We remember the sentence someone said that wounded us and forget the 100 words of kindness that came from someone else. The human mind has a remarkable ability to rehearse pain. That is why we sometimes need to intentionally rehearse faithfulness, not because we are trying to manipulate our emotions, but because we are reminding ourselves of what is true. David is doing something similar in Psalm 4. He is not allowing the present crisis to erase the memory of God's previous faithfulness. And perhaps that is something you can practice tonight. Before you ask God to solve tomorrow, remember one thing He has already carried you through. Think about one moment when you were afraid, but you were not abandoned. Think about one season when you didn't know what would happen, but somehow you kept moving forward. Think about one prayer that mattered deeply to you. Perhaps the answer came. Perhaps it came differently than you expected. Perhaps you are still waiting. Whatever the story, remember the fact that you are still here. Sometimes that is the testimony. You are still here because the story did not end where you thought it would. You are still breathing. You are still capable of hoping. You are still capable of praying. You are still capable of believing that tomorrow may contain something you cannot yet see. And maybe you have not given yourself enough credit for how much you have already endured. You may look at your life and see all the things that remain unfinished. But God can see the distance you have already traveled. You may see how far you still have to go, while heaven sees how far grace has already brought you. That is why tonight does not need to become another night of mentally measuring everything that is wrong. You can remember what is right. You can remember that God has been present. You can remember that you have experienced mercy. You can remember that you have survived. And then you can allow yourself to rest. There is something deeply comforting about realizing that you do not have to prove your strength tonight. You do not have to be impressive. You do not have to solve anything. You do not have to figure out the entire future before you close your eyes. You can simply be the person who has reached the end of another day and needs to rest. And perhaps that is where God's gentleness meets us. Not when we finally become strong enough to carry everything, but when we finally admit that we were never meant to carry everything alone. David remembers relief. That word matters because distress had been real. Relief only makes sense when there has been pressure. Peace becomes precious because there has been unrest. Rest becomes meaningful because the body and soul have known exhaustion. And perhaps the reason Psalm 4 speaks so deeply to people at night is that David does not speak from a place of theoretical comfort. He speaks as someone who knows distress. He knows what it means to need God. That means you do not need to be ashamed of needing Him tonight. You do not need to apologize for being tired. You do not need to feel guilty because your faith feels smaller than you wish it did. Bring the small faith you have. Bring the tired prayer. Bring the questions. Bring the uncertainty. Bring the memory of what God has done. And let those memories become quiet reminders in the darkness. You have been carried before. You have been helped before. You have received mercy before. You have survived before. And you are not required to know exactly how tomorrow will unfold in order to trust God tonight. There is a sentence worth keeping close to your heart as you continue through this psalm. The God who was faithful in the chapter behind you has not stopped being faithful simply because you cannot yet see the next chapter. Let that thought remain with you. Perhaps the problem you are carrying still feels large. That is okay. You do not have to make it small. You only need to remember that God is greater. Perhaps the future still feels uncertain. That is okay. You do not have to pretend that you know what will happen. You only need to remember that God already knows. Perhaps your heart still feels restless. That is okay. Peace does not always arrive all at once. Sometimes it comes through a slow process of remembering, surrendering, and trusting. One memory leads to another. One answered prayer reminds you of another mercy. One difficult season reminds you of another season you survived. And little by little, the heart begins to loosen its grip. You begin to understand that perhaps you do not need to hold tomorrow so tightly. You begin to realize that the future is not made safer by worrying about it all night. And you begin to discover that there is another way to meet the darkness. Not with panic, not with endless analysis, but with trust. David's next words will take us even deeper into the human heart, because remembering God's faithfulness does not mean that all the emotions of the day suddenly disappear. There may still be anger. There may still be disappointment. There may still be things that feel unfair. There may still be words you wish you had never heard, and moments you wish you could somehow go back and change. The question is not whether those feelings exist. The question is what you will do with them before you go to sleep. Because if you carry anger into the night and keep rehearsing the wound, the darkness can become a place where yesterday's pain continues to live. But David is about to show us another way, a way to acknowledge what happened without allowing it to possess the entire night, a way to be honest about anger without allowing anger to become your master, a way to place even the things that hurt deeply into the hands of God. And perhaps that is the next burden you are being invited to release. You cannot change what happened today, but you can choose whether you will let it own your heart tonight. There is a kind of tiredness that sleep alone cannot immediately fix. Because sometimes the body is exhausted, while the heart is still carrying a conversation that never ended, a question that never received an answer, or a fear that keeps asking what might happen next. You can close your eyes, turn off the light, and lie completely still. Yet somewhere inside you, the day continues moving. Perhaps you know that feeling. Your body is ready to rest, but your mind keeps returning to the same place. You remember something that happened earlier, and then another thought joins it. One concern leads to another, until what began as a small worry becomes an entire story about everything that could possibly go wrong. You think about tomorrow's responsibilities, and then you begin thinking about next week. You think about one financial concern, and suddenly you are imagining what would happen if you lost your job, if an unexpected expense appeared, or if something happened to someone you love. You think about a conversation with one person, and before long, you are imagining every possible version of the future relationship. The mind can build an entire world in the space between midnight and morning. And the strange thing is that none of it requires anything to actually happen. This is one of the reasons nighttime can feel so difficult for a troubled heart. During the day, reality keeps interrupting our imagination. There is work to do, someone to answer, somewhere to go, something that needs to be finished. At night, the mind has more room to wander, and, without realizing it, we can begin treating imagined possibilities as though they were already realities. But tonight, you do not have to follow every thought wherever it wants to take you. You can notice the thought without obeying it. You can acknowledge the fear without allowing it to become a prophecy. You can recognize that something matters without spending the entire night trying to control its outcome. And perhaps, most importantly, you can bring the troubled heart to God. That is what David does. Psalm 4 does not present a man who has discovered a secret technique for making every difficult feeling disappear. Instead, it shows us a man who knows where to take those feelings when they become too heavy. That distinction is important, because sometimes we think spiritual maturity means becoming so peaceful that nothing bothers us anymore. We imagine that a strong believer should never feel anxious, never become angry, never question anything, and never have a night when the heart feels unsettled. But Scripture gives us a more honest picture of faith. David was deeply human. He experienced fear. He experienced anger. He experienced disappointment. He experienced pressure. And yet he continued bringing those experiences into his relationship with God. Faith did not make him emotionless. It gave his emotions somewhere to go. That may be one of the most important things you can remember tonight. If you are afraid, you do not have to pretend that you are not afraid before coming to God. If you are worried, you do not have to convince yourself that everything is fine. If you are angry, you do not have to disguise your anger with religious words. You can bring the truth of your heart into the presence of the one who already knows it. Perhaps you have been carrying something for so long that you have forgotten what it feels like not to carry it. Maybe it is a concern about someone you love. Maybe it is a decision that has been sitting in front of you for weeks. Maybe it is regret over something you did years ago. Maybe it is fear about something that has not even happened. Maybe it is simply the accumulated weight of ordinary responsibilities that have become too heavy because there has been no real place to set them down. Tonight can be that place. Not because the problem suddenly disappears, but because you no longer have to hold it by yourself. Imagine for a moment what would happen if you stopped trying to solve the entire future before morning. What if you allowed yourself to say, "I have done what I can for today, and the rest I will place in God's hands"? That sentence does not guarantee that tomorrow will be easy. It does not guarantee that the outcome will be exactly what you want. It simply recognizes a boundary that every human being eventually has to accept. There are things we can influence, things we can prepare for, things we can pray about, and things that remain outside our control. Much of our nighttime anxiety comes from confusing those categories. We keep trying to control what can only be entrusted. We keep trying to predict what can only be experienced when it arrives. We keep trying to obtain certainty about something that has not yet happened, and the more we try, the more exhausted we become. There is a better question to ask tonight, not, "How can I make sure nothing goes wrong tomorrow?" but "How can I trust God with whatever tomorrow brings?" That is a very different question. The first assumes that peace depends on controlling circumstances. The second recognizes that peace can exist even when circumstances remain uncertain. David's confidence in Psalm 4 is not built upon the promise that nothing difficult will happen to him. His confidence is built upon the character of God. That means you can have unanswered questions and still have faith. You can have uncertainty and still have peace. You can have tears in your eyes and still worship. You can be tired and still trust. These things are not contradictions. They are part of what it means to be human before God. Perhaps you have been harder on yourself than God is asking you to be. You may be disappointed that you still worry about something after praying about it. You may wonder why your mind keeps returning to the same fear, even though you have already given it to God. But surrender is not always a single moment after which you never think about the problem again. Sometimes surrender is something you practice repeatedly. You give the burden to God. Then, an hour later, your mind picks it back up, so you give it back again. You wake during the night and remember the problem. You give it back again. You wake in the morning and feel the familiar weight returning. You give it back again. That is not necessarily failure. Sometimes it is simply the rhythm of learning to trust. We are creatures who forget. We forget God's faithfulness. We forget what He has already done. We forget that tomorrow is not ours yet. We forget that worry cannot add an hour to our lives or give us control over things we cannot control. So we remember again, and then we surrender again. There is patience in that process. Perhaps tonight, you need to surrender the same thing for the 100th time. Do it. God is not irritated because you need Him again. You are not exhausting His patience by returning to Him with the same concern. The invitation to trust does not expire because you have struggled with the same fear before. Bring it again. If your heart says, "What if this happens?" answer with prayer. "Lord, you know." If your heart says, "I cannot handle this," answer with prayer. "Lord, give me strength for what you have actually placed in front of me." If your heart says, "I don't know what tomorrow will bring," answer with prayer. "Lord, you already know tomorrow, and I trust you to meet me there." You don't need to repeat these words mechanically. Let them become honest. Let them become personal. Let them come from the place in you that is tired of pretending to be in control. Because there is a point at which worrying about the future becomes an attempt to possess knowledge that only God possesses. We want to know, we want to see, we want to predict. But sometimes trust means allowing God to remain God while we remain human. He sees what we cannot see. He knows what we do not know. He understands what we cannot understand. And He is not limited by the darkness that limits our vision. When you lie awake at night, you see only the few feet illuminated by your present circumstances. God sees the entire road. You see the next decision. He sees the whole journey. You see the unanswered question. He sees the story in which that question exists. You see the closed door. He sees what you cannot see beyond it. This does not mean that every closed door is secretly leading to something better in the way we might prefer. Scripture does not give us permission to turn every painful event into an easy explanation. Some losses remain painful. Some questions remain unanswered. Some seasons are difficult precisely because we cannot understand them. But even when we cannot explain the story, we can trust the author. And perhaps that is enough for tonight. You don't need an explanation before you sleep. You need somewhere safe to place your uncertainty. Bring your uncertainty to God. Bring your disappointment. Bring your unanswered questions. Bring the people you cannot protect. Bring the future you cannot control. Bring the mistakes you wish you could undo. Bring the words you wish you had never heard. Bring the things you wish you had said differently. There is nothing you can bring to God tonight that He does not already know. And there is no part of your heart that becomes too complicated for His understanding. Maybe the most honest prayer you can offer tonight is not a long prayer at all, but a simple acknowledgement. Lord, this is bigger than me. There is humility in saying that. There is freedom in saying that. Because once you admit that something is bigger than you, you no longer have to pretend that you can carry it alone. And perhaps that is where the heart begins to breathe again. Not because the situation has changed, but because the burden has changed hands. You have placed it before God. You have acknowledged that you cannot control everything. You have remembered that you are not the one who has to hold the entire future together. And slowly, the heart begins to loosen. The shoulders begin to relax. The thoughts become less urgent. The need to solve everything tonight begins to fade. This is not magic. It is trust. And trust often grows quietly. It may begin with a single decision, not to rehearse the same fear for another hour. It may begin with closing your eyes and saying, "God, I give this to you again." It may begin with remembering one moment of His faithfulness. It may begin with accepting that you have done everything you reasonably can for today, and then allowing tomorrow to remain where it belongs. Tomorrow. There is something deeply peaceful about refusing to live tomorrow before tomorrow arrives. You do not need tomorrow's strength tonight. You need grace for tonight. And when tomorrow comes, if it brings something difficult, grace will meet you there as well. You don't have to borrow tomorrow's fears before you receive tomorrow's grace. That thought is worth holding on to. You were never designed to carry tomorrow's weight. With tonight's strength, let that sentence settle into the quiet. You have enough for this moment. You have enough grace for this breath. You have enough strength for what is actually in front of you. The rest can remain in God's hands. And perhaps there is another kind of anxiety that we need to talk about before we move forward. Not fear about what may happen tomorrow, but pain over what has already happened today. Because sometimes the reason we cannot sleep is not that we are afraid of the future. It is that we are angry about the past. Someone said something that wounded you. Someone treated you unfairly. Someone disappointed you. Perhaps you are replaying a conversation and thinking about what you should have said. Perhaps you are imagining what you would say if you had another opportunity. Perhaps you are carrying resentment towards someone who may be sleeping peacefully tonight, while you are still carrying the consequences of what they did. That kind of pain can be difficult to surrender, because when someone hurts us, part of us wants justice. We want them to understand. We want them to regret it. We want them to know how deeply their actions affected us. And sometimes, beneath the anger, there is an even deeper desire. We want the story to be made right. David understands something about anger as well. And his next words in Psalm 4 will take us into that difficult territory where faith does not require us to deny that we have been hurt, but teaches us what to do with the hurt before it begins to consume us. Because there are wounds that become heavier when we carry them into every night. And there is a difference between remembering what happened and allowing what happened to become the place where your heart lives. Tonight, you can begin learning that difference. You can acknowledge the wound without reopening it. You can tell God that what happened mattered without spending another hour punishing yourself with the memory. You can desire justice without becoming consumed by revenge. And you can release the person who hurt you into the hands of a God who sees what you cannot see and knows what you do not know. Perhaps that is the next thing your heart needs. Not another answer, not another explanation, but permission to stop carrying the same wound through another night. And as we continue through Psalm 4, David will lead us there. There is a particular kind of loneliness that does not disappear simply because other people are nearby. You can sit in a crowded room and still feel as though nobody understands what is happening inside you. You can have people who care about you and still carry questions that you cannot easily explain. You can know that you are loved, and yet, in the middle of a difficult season, wonder whether God Himself has become distant. That feeling can be especially strong at night. When the world becomes quiet, the heart sometimes begins asking questions that were easier to ignore during the day. Does God really see me? Does my prayer matter? Am I still being heard? Does God know what I am going through? Psalm 4 answers those questions, not by giving David a life without trouble, but by showing us where David's confidence rests. After calling upon God, David speaks about something that has become increasingly important in his prayer, knowing that the Lord has set apart the godly for Himself, and that the Lord hears when they call to Him. The heart of that statement is relationship. David is not speaking about a distant deity who occasionally notices human beings from far away. He is speaking about a God who knows His people, who listens when they call, and who remains personally involved even when circumstances are difficult. That is why this verse matters so much when you feel forgotten. Because feeling forgotten and actually being forgotten are not the same thing. Our feelings are real, and they deserve honesty, but feelings do not always tell us the whole truth. You may feel alone without actually being alone. You may feel unseen without actually being unseen. You may feel as though God is silent without God having stopped listening. There are moments when the emotional experience of abandonment becomes so powerful that we begin treating the feeling as though it were a fact. But David does not build his confidence on what he feels. He builds it on what he knows about God. That is an important distinction. Feelings can change from one hour to the next. They can be influenced by exhaustion, disappointment, fear, loneliness, memories, and circumstances that seem overwhelming in the darkness. What feels impossible at 2 a.m. may look very different after the sun rises and you have rested. God's character does not change with the hour. The God who hears during the day is still listening at night. The God who was faithful in the past has not become unfaithful because you are currently waiting. The God who knows your heart does not suddenly need an explanation because you are struggling to find the right words. And that is part of the comfort David is giving us. He knows that the Lord hears when he calls. Notice what David does not say. He does not say that everyone will understand him. He does not say that his enemies will suddenly become kind. He does not say that every injustice will immediately be corrected. He does not say that the night will become easy. His confidence is more fundamental than that. God hears. Sometimes that is the truth we need most, not because hearing is the same as immediately giving us what we want, but because being heard means that our cries are not disappearing into an empty universe. Your prayer is not falling into nothingness. Your tears are not meaningless simply because nobody else saw them. The things you whisper when no one is listening are not hidden from God. There may be prayers you have prayed so quietly that another person would never have known you were praying at all. But God does not require volume in order to hear. There may be things you cannot bring yourself to say out loud because saying them would make them feel too real. God already knows. There may be fears that seem irrational when you try to explain them to another person, so you keep them inside. God already knows. There may be wounds that you have never fully understood yourself, much less explained to anyone else. God already knows. There may be disappointment toward God that you feel guilty admitting because you were taught that faithful people are supposed to be grateful and confident all the time. God already knows. And perhaps one of the most freeing things you can do tonight is stop trying to hide from the God who already sees you completely. You don't need to impress him. You don't need to convince him that your problem is important enough to deserve his attention. You don't need to compete with the needs of everyone else in the world before you are allowed to bring your own heart to him. The God of Psalm 4 is not overwhelmed by the number of people who need him. He is not too busy for your prayer. He is not distracted by someone else's crisis. You do not have to wonder whether your small concern is too small for God. And at the same time, you do not have to believe that your greatest crisis is too large for him. There is something deeply comforting about a God whose attention is not limited in the way ours is. We become overwhelmed because we can only carry so much information at once. We can listen to one conversation while thinking about another. We can care for several people, but eventually our emotional and physical strength reaches a limit. God's not does become exhausted because you needed him again today. He does not become impatient because the same fear returned. He does not say, "We already talked about this yesterday." You can return. You can call again. You can place the same burden before him again. And perhaps that is exactly what you need tonight. Maybe you prayed about something yesterday and found yourself worrying about it again today. That does not mean yesterday's prayer was meaningless. It means you are human. Trust is sometimes learned through repetition. You surrender the same fear again. You remember the same promise again. You return to the same God again. And over time, the heart begins to learn what the mind already knows. God can be trusted even when you do not feel secure. There is a reason the Bible so often describes God's people as those who remember, because forgetfulness is one of the great enemies of faith. We forget who God is when circumstances become frightening. We forget what he has done when the waiting becomes long. We forget his faithfulness when our emotions become intense. We forget that we have survived other storms because the current storm feels so immediate. That is why David's prayer keeps directing his attention back toward God. His circumstances are trying to define reality for him, but he refuses to let them become the final authority. The people around him may be confused. The opposition may be real. The future may be uncertain. But David knows something that remains true. Regardless of those circumstances, the Lord hears. And perhaps tonight, you need to hear that same truth. God hears you when you pray about your children. He hears you when you pray about your marriage. He hears you when you pray about your work. He hears you when you pray about your finances. He hears you when you pray about the decision you are afraid to make. He hears you when you pray for someone who has walked away. He hears you when you pray for strength because you are tired of being strong. And He hears you even when your prayer is nothing more than a few broken words followed by silence. You do not have to make your prayer impressive. You only have to make it honest. There is something beautiful about that kind of honesty, because it allows prayer to become a relationship rather than a performance. You are not standing on a stage. You are not trying to convince an audience. You are simply coming before God. And perhaps instead of asking yourself whether you have enough faith, you can ask a different question.
Do I believe that God is faithful even when my faith feels weak?
That question takes the pressure off your emotions and places the focus where it belongs. Your faithfulness is not the foundation of your hope. God's faithfulness is. You may have a strong day tomorrow and a difficult day the day after. You may feel confident in the morning and uncertain by evening. You may pray with great confidence one week and struggle to find words the next. God does not change with your emotional state. That is good news, because if our peace depended entirely upon how consistently confident we felt, we would never truly rest. We would spend our lives monitoring our own faith. Do I believe enough? Am I trusting enough? Why am I still afraid? Why did I worry again? But the gospel of grace does not invite us to build our confidence on the perfection of our own emotional state. It points us toward God, and Psalm 4 does something similar. David's confidence is not, I am strong enough to handle this. His confidence is, God hears me when I call. That is a much safer place to rest. Perhaps you have been trying to become strong enough to stop being afraid. Maybe tonight you can stop making that the goal. Instead, allow yourself to become honest enough to bring your fear to God. You don't have to prove that you are fearless. You can simply refuse to let fear become the only voice you listen to. There may still be fear in your heart when you close your eyes. That does not mean you have failed. There may still be questions tomorrow morning. That does not mean God has failed. There may still be things you wish were different. That does not mean your prayer was ignored. Sometimes the presence of faith is not the disappearance of fear. Sometimes it is the quiet decision to trust God while fear is still present. That kind of trust is often built slowly. It grows when you remember. It grows when you pray. It grows when you experience God's faithfulness over time. It grows when you discover that the thing you were terrified of did not destroy you. It grows when you learn that disappointment does not mean abandonment. It grows when you discover that unanswered prayer does not necessarily mean unheard prayer. And eventually, something begins to change inside you. You stop demanding that God prove His presence by making everything comfortable. You begin recognizing His presence even when life is uncomfortable. That is a deeper kind of faith. It does not depend upon perfect circumstances. It depends upon knowing the one who remains with you in imperfect circumstances. David's confidence comes from belonging to God. And perhaps that is the identity you need to remember tonight. Before you are an employee, a parent, a spouse, a friend, a provider, a person with responsibilities, a person with problems, or a person trying to figure out what comes next, you are a human being standing before your Creator. You do not have to earn the right to rest. You do not have to accomplish enough today to deserve peace tonight. Your worth is not measured by how much you finished. Your value is not determined by how productive you were. Your identity is not destroyed because today did not go according to plan. The world may measure you by results. God sees you as a person, and there is freedom in remembering that distinction. Perhaps today you failed at something. Perhaps you disappointed someone. Perhaps you made a decision you regret. Perhaps someone else made a decision that affected you. None of those things need to become the final definition of who you are. You can learn from them. You can repent where repentance is needed. You can make things right where you can. You can apologize when an apology is appropriate. But you do not need to spend the entire night condemning yourself. There is a difference between conviction that leads us toward God and condemnation that drives us away from Him. David turns toward God, and that movement is available to you tonight as well. Whatever happened today, turn toward God. Whatever you are afraid will happen tomorrow, turn toward God. Whatever you cannot explain, turn toward God. Whatever you regret, turn toward God. Whatever you cannot control, turn toward God. You may not receive an immediate explanation. You may not wake up tomorrow with every problem solved, but you can go to sleep knowing that the one who hears you is still present. And perhaps this is the sentence your heart needs to carry into the rest of this night. Your circumstances may be changing, but God's character does not change with them. The world around you can be uncertain without God becoming uncertain. People can change without God changing. Plans can fail without God's faithfulness failing. Doors can close without His presence leaving. And tomorrow can remain unknown without becoming something you need to fear tonight. So breathe slowly and let that truth settle. You are not required to know everything. You are not required to control everything. You are not required to fix everyone. You are not required to carry everyone. You are allowed to be human. and you are allowed to need God. As Psalm 4 continues, David will move from knowing that God hears him toward a practical instruction about what to do with the emotions that rise within the heart. Because sometimes the thing keeping us awake is not fear of what may happen tomorrow. Sometimes it is anger over what happened today, and anger can be especially difficult to surrender because part of us believes that holding on to it keeps the injustice alive. We replay the conversation because we are afraid that if we stop thinking about it, we will somehow be saying that what happened was acceptable. But forgiveness is not pretending that wrong was right. Trusting God is not denying that you were hurt. And releasing a burden does not mean declaring that the burden was never heavy. There is another way, a way to acknowledge what happened without allowing it to consume the night. A way to recognize anger without allowing anger to become the master of your heart. A way to lie down without pretending that everything has been made right. David is about to take us there, and perhaps that is exactly where some of your thoughts have been waiting tonight. Because sometimes, before we can sleep, we need to stop arguing with yesterday. You do not have to deny what hurt you in order to stop letting that hurt control you. There are nights when fear is not the thing keeping you awake, because the deeper problem is that your heart is still arguing with something that happened earlier in the day. You may have already left the conversation, walked away from the situation, or closed the door behind you, but somehow the moment followed you into the quiet. The words are still there. The expression on someone's face is still there. And the feeling of being misunderstood, rejected, betrayed, or treated unfairly is still sitting somewhere inside you. Sometimes the body has left the room, but the heart is still standing in the argument. You replay what happened because your mind keeps searching for a better ending. You think about what you should have said, what you wish you had said, and what you might say if the conversation ever happens again. You imagine the other person finally understanding what they did to you, finally realizing how deeply their words affected you, finally seeing the situation from your side. And the more you replay it, the more real the anger becomes. This is one of the quiet dangers of nighttime. The darkness can become a courtroom where we replay old evidence, call imaginary witnesses, and pronounce judgment over conversations that have already ended. Perhaps you know what that feels like. Someone hurt you, and you have every reason to believe that what happened was wrong. Maybe they really did treat you unfairly. Maybe they said something cruel. Maybe they broke a promise. Maybe they disappointed you after you trusted them. Maybe they walked away when you needed them most. The pain is real, and Psalm 4 does not ask you to pretend otherwise. David knows what it means to live with conflict. He knows what it means to be opposed by people who do not understand him. And he knows what it feels like when others turn against him. So, when he speaks about anger, He is not giving us advice from a comfortable distance. He is speaking as someone who understands what it means to be provoked. Yet the instruction that emerges from Psalm 4 is remarkably careful. Anger itself is not treated as though it were automatically sinful. The problem is what anger becomes when we allow it to govern us. That distinction is important because anger often begins with something legitimate. You were hurt. Something unfair happened. A boundary was crossed. A promise was broken. A person behaved in a way they should not have behaved. Your anger may be telling you that something mattered, but anger can begin as a signal and eventually become a master. It can start by saying, "Something is wrong," and eventually become, "I will not rest until I make someone pay." That is where the heart begins to move into dangerous territory. The wound may have been caused by someone else, but now you are carrying the wound everywhere you go. You carry it into dinner. You carry it into conversations with people who had nothing to do with what happened. You carry it into your work. You carry it into your relationships. And eventually, you carry it into bed. The person who hurt you may have gone on with their evening, but you are still allowing their actions to occupy your mind long after the moment has ended. There is something deeply unfair about that. You cannot always prevent someone from hurting you, but you do not have to give them unlimited access to your peace. That does not mean you ignore what happened. It does not mean you excuse harmful behavior. It does not mean you refuse to establish boundaries. It does not mean you stop seeking justice when justice is appropriate. It means you recognize that revenge is a burden you were never designed to carry. God sees what happened. God knows what you do not know. God sees motives that you cannot see. God knows conversations you were never present for. God understands the entire story when you only know your portion of it. And because God sees perfectly, you do not have to spend the entire night trying to become the judge of everything. Perhaps one of the hardest acts of trust is allowing God to remain the judge while you remain his child. You may want the other person to understand. God understands. You may want them to regret what they did. God sees. You may want justice. God is not blind to injustice. You may want the situation corrected immediately. God is not limited by your timetable. This does not make the pain disappear, but it can begin to release you from the responsibility of carrying the entire matter inside your own heart. There is a difference between pursuing what is right and becoming consumed by what is wrong. You can take appropriate action without allowing resentment to become your identity. You can tell the truth without living inside the anger. You can establish a boundary without spending every night rehearsing the betrayal. You can forgive without pretending that trust should immediately be restored. And you can place someone in God's hands without declaring that what they did was acceptable. That last distinction matters. Many people resist forgiveness because they believe forgiving someone means saying that the wound was not serious. But Biblical forgiveness does not require you to call evil good. It does not require you to deny the consequences of someone's actions. It does not require you to place yourself back into an unsafe situation. Forgiveness releases the desire to personally become the final judge and executioner of another person's guilt. It says, in effect, what happened mattered. But I will not allow what happened to own me forever. That is a difficult prayer. Sometimes it takes time. Sometimes you have to pray it more than once. Sometimes forgiveness begins with nothing more than asking God to make you willing to forgive. You may not feel ready. That is okay. God can work with honesty. You can tell Him, Lord, I know I need to release this, but I am not there yet. That is a real prayer, and real prayer is better than religious performance. David does not hide the tension inside his heart. He brings it before God. Perhaps that is what you need to do tonight. Instead of continuing the imaginary conversation in your head, bring the actual conversation to God. Tell Him what happened. Tell Him why it hurt. Tell Him what you wish had been different. Tell Him what you are tempted to do. Tell Him what you are afraid will happen next. And then tell Him that you do not want another person's actions to determine the condition of your heart. You may still be angry after that prayer. Do not be discouraged. Prayer is not always an instant emotional reset. Sometimes prayer begins the process of changing what we carry. Think about a wound that has been left untreated. You cannot heal it simply by refusing to look at it. You have to acknowledge that it exists. You have to clean it. You have to protect it. You have to give the body time to repair what has been damaged. The heart can be similar. Ignoring pain does not heal it. Pretending that you were not hurt does not make you strong. Sometimes strength begins when you are finally honest enough to say, "That hurt me more than I wanted to admit." And once you acknowledge the wound, you can begin bringing it into the light. You can ask God what forgiveness looks like. You can ask Him whether a boundary needs to be established. You can ask Him whether an apology needs to be offered. You can ask Him whether you need to apologize. You can ask Him for wisdom about whether a relationship needs distance, restoration, or simply time. You do not have to make every decision tonight. That is another important lesson for a restless heart. Anger creates urgency. It tells you that you must respond immediately. You must send the message. You must explain yourself. You must defend your reputation. You must make them understand. You must settle the matter before you sleep. But sometimes the most spiritual thing you can do at night is refuse to act while your emotions are still burning. You can wait until morning. You can sleep before responding. You can pray before speaking. You can allow your emotions to settle enough that your next action comes from wisdom rather than wounded pride. There are words that should never be sent at midnight. There are decisions that become clearer after sleep. There are conversations that become more honest when the heart is no longer trying to win. And perhaps tonight, God is giving you permission to leave something unfinished. You do not have to resolve every conflict before you close your eyes. You do not have to make everyone understand you. You do not have to receive an apology before you can experience peace. You do not have to make another person change before you can surrender your heart to God. That may be one of the hardest truths to accept. We often believe that peace will come when the other person finally does what we need them to do, when they apologize, when they admit they were wrong, when they change, when they come back, when they explain, when they finally understand. But if your peace depends upon another person's behavior, then that person has more control over your heart than they should have. Peace cannot always wait for someone else's apology. Sometimes peace begins when you stop requiring another person to fix the wound they caused before you allow God to begin healing you. That does not remove accountability. It does not remove justice. It simply removes your emotional dependence upon someone else's response. Perhaps they will apologize. Perhaps they will not. Perhaps they will eventually understand. Perhaps they never will. Perhaps the relationship will be restored. Perhaps it will not. You do not know tonight, but God knows. And you can place the uncertainty into His hands. There is a quiet strength in being able to say, I do not know what they will do, but I know what I will do with my heart. I will not let bitterness become my home. I will not spend every night rehearsing the injury. I will not allow another person's worst moment to determine the rest of my life. I will seek wisdom. I will seek truth. I will seek justice when necessary. And I will leave vengeance with God. That is not weakness. That is surrender. And surrender does not mean that you stop caring about what is right. It means you stop believing that you personally have to carry the entire weight of making everything right. There are things only God can see clearly. There are motives only God knows. There are consequences only God can measure. There are wounds only God can fully heal. And there are forms of justice that only God can accomplish perfectly. So tonight, perhaps there is someone you need to place into God's hands. You do not need to name them aloud if that feels too painful. You can simply bring their face to mind and say, Lord, I release this person to you. You can release the need to have the final word. You can release the need to replay the conversation. You can release the desire to make them feel what you felt. You can release the fantasy of finally winning an argument that has already ended. And then you can ask God to guard your heart. Because forgiveness is not merely about the person who hurt you. It is also about the person you are becoming. Bitterness changes people. It slowly hardens the heart. It teaches you to expect betrayal. It makes you suspicious of kindness. It can cause you to punish innocent people for wounds they did not create. And eventually, you may realize that you are no longer simply remembering what happened. You are living from what happened. That is why releasing anger matters. Not because the other person deserves your forgiveness more than you deserve peace, but because your heart deserves freedom from becoming permanently shaped by someone else's wrongdoing. What happened to you may be part of your story. It does not have to become the author of your story. That is a distinction worth remembering. Your past can explain some of your wounds without having permission to determine your future. And perhaps tonight, you can begin making that separation. What happened, happened. You cannot rewrite it, but you can choose what you carry forward. You can carry wisdom. You can carry boundaries. You can carry lessons. You can carry compassion. You can carry a deeper understanding of grace. But you do not have to carry revenge. You do not have to carry the endless courtroom inside your mind. You do not have to keep sentencing yourself to another night of reliving the same pain. Let God hold what you cannot resolve. And if you need to take practical action tomorrow, take it with a clearer mind. If you need to have a difficult conversation, have it after you have prayed. If you need to establish a boundary, establish it without hatred. If you need to apologize, do it without waiting for the other person to apologize first. If you need to walk away from something unhealthy, walk away without allowing bitterness to follow you. And if you need to forgive someone who may never know that you have forgiven them, begin that journey quietly before God, because forgiveness is sometimes a private act of obedience long before it becomes a repaired relationship. Tonight, however, you do not need to finish that entire journey. You only need to take the next step. Perhaps the next step is simply refusing to replay the conversation one more time. Perhaps the next step is putting the phone down and not sending the message. Perhaps the next step is admitting that you are hurt. Perhaps the next step is asking God to give you the strength to forgive when you are ready. Perhaps the next step is simply saying, "Lord, this belongs with you tonight," and then allow yourself to breathe. The person who hurt you does not need to occupy every corner of your mind. The situation does not need to be solved before morning. The injustice does not need to be personally avenged by you. God sees. God knows. God remains awake while you rest. That final thought is especially important. You can sleep because God does not sleep. You can stop watching the situation because God does not stop watching. You can stop calculating every possibility because God already knows every possibility. You can put down the burden for a few hours because the God who holds your life does not need you to remain awake in order to keep holding it. There is a kind of peace that comes when you realize that heaven does not depend upon your insomnia. You do not have to stay awake to protect your future. You do not have to stay angry to prove that you were hurt. You do not have to remain emotionally attached to the person who wounded you in order to remember that what they did was wrong. You can let God have the night, and perhaps as your anger begins to settle, another question begins to emerge. If God is asking you to release the conflict, what should replace it? What do you hold on to when you finally let go of resentment? David's answer will take us somewhere surprisingly beautiful. He will speak about the search for what is truly good, about the desire for God's presence, and about the difference between the peace that circumstances can offer and the deeper joy that comes from knowing God Himself. Because once the heart stops fighting with yesterday, it becomes quiet enough to notice what it has been searching for all along. And perhaps that is where we are going next. Not simply toward the absence of anger, but toward the presence of something better. Sometimes peace begins when you stop asking the past to give you a different ending. Let that thought remain with you tonight. The past has already spoken. You do not have to keep answering it. God is still writing, and there is still more of the story ahead. After anger begins to loosen its grip, another question often rises quietly from somewhere deeper inside the heart. If I am no longer going to spend the night fighting with what happened, then what am I actually looking for? If I stop trying to control another person's actions, if I stop rehearsing yesterday's conversation, if I stop demanding that tomorrow give me certainty, then what is left for my heart to desire? That question takes us into the next movement of Psalm 4. David speaks about people who are asking for what is good. And beneath that simple desire is one of the oldest questions human beings have ever asked. What will finally make us content? We spend enormous portions of our lives trying to answer that question, without always realizing that we are answering it. Some people believe security will finally satisfy them, so they spend years building financial stability, collecting possessions, protecting their future, and trying to make sure they will never experience the vulnerability of having too little. Others believe recognition will satisfy them, so they work for approval, success, status, influence, or admiration, hoping that one day they will finally feel that they are enough because enough people have noticed them. Some believe that the right relationship will finally settle the restlessness inside them, so they search for someone who will understand them perfectly, love them consistently, never disappoint them, and somehow repair every place in their heart that has ever been wounded. Others pursue achievement because achievement feels measurable. There is always another goal, another milestone, another number, another accomplishment that can temporarily convince us that we are moving forward. And then there are people who simply want peace. They are not looking for fame. They are not looking for wealth. They are not even asking for an extraordinary life. They just want to lie down at night without their minds racing. They want to wake up without dread. They want to stop feeling as though something terrible is always waiting around the corner. They want their family to be okay. They want enough money to pay the bills. They want someone they love to come home. They want one ordinary day in which nothing feels like an emergency. There is nothing wrong with wanting those things. The problem begins when we expect created things to carry the weight of a need that only God can satisfy. That is one of the deeper themes underneath David's prayer. The human heart is always searching for something good, but we can spend our entire lives looking in the wrong direction. We can mistake comfort for peace. We can mistake control for security. We can mistake attention for love. We can mistake success for worth. We can mistake the absence of problems for the presence of joy. And sometimes we do not discover the difference until something we depended upon is taken away. A person leaves, and suddenly we discover how much of our identity had been built around being needed. A job disappears, and we discover how much of our confidence had been attached to our professional success. Money becomes tight, and we discover how much emotional security came from believing we could always solve problems. Financially, a plan fails, and we discover that our peace was not actually rooted in God as deeply as we thought. These moments can be painful, but they can also reveal something important. They show us what we have been asking to save us. And perhaps that is one reason difficult seasons can become spiritually significant, even when we would never have chosen them. They expose the places where we have placed too much weight on things that were never designed to carry it. Psalm 4 does not tell us that material blessings are evil or that relationships are unimportant. Scripture consistently shows that God gives good gifts, meaningful relationships, work, food, beauty, rest, and countless ordinary mercies. The problem is not enjoying God's gifts. The problem is asking His gifts to become our God. A gift can be beautiful while still being unable to carry the full weight of your soul. A relationship can be deeply meaningful without being able to remove every loneliness. Money can provide real security in certain circumstances without being able to guarantee tomorrow. Success can be rewarding without being able to tell you who you are. Even a peaceful life, as wonderful as that sounds, cannot promise that suffering will never enter your story. So what happens when the things we thought would give us peace cannot actually hold us? We discover the difference between comfort and rest. Comfort depends heavily upon circumstances. Rest depends upon trust. Comfort says, I can relax because everything is under control. Rest says, I can breathe even though I cannot control everything. Comfort says, I am safe because nothing is going wrong. Rest says, even when something is going wrong, I am not abandoned. That is a deeper kind of peace, and perhaps it is the kind of peace David is moving toward. He is not describing a life in which every external problem has disappeared. He is describing a heart that has begun to understand where its true security comes from. This is why the question, what is truly good, matters so much, because your answer determines what you chase. If you believe money is the ultimate good, you will sacrifice enormous portions of your life to obtain and protect it. If you believe recognition is the ultimate good, you will become deeply vulnerable to other people's opinions. If you believe another person's is the ultimate good, you may eventually expect them to carry expectations that no human being can carry without breaking under the weight. But if you believe God Himself is the ultimate good, everything else begins to move into its proper place. Money becomes a tool rather than a master. Relationships become gifts rather than gods. Work becomes meaningful without becoming your identity. Success becomes something you can receive with gratitude without needing it to prove your worth. And failure becomes painful without becoming a declaration that your life is over. That is freedom. Not freedom from every difficult circumstance, but freedom from needing circumstances to tell you whether your life has meaning. Perhaps this is especially important at night, because nighttime removes many of the things we use to distract ourselves from deeper questions. During the day, you can feel successful because you completed your work. You can feel important because someone needed you. You can feel secure because you checked your bank account. You can feel connected because you spent time with friends or family. But eventually, the room becomes quiet. There is nothing left to accomplish. No one is asking anything from you. The screen is dark, the house is still, and suddenly you are alone with your own heart. That is when deeper questions can rise. Am I okay? Is my life going in the right direction? Does any of this really matter? Why am I still restless when I have so much? Why am I still afraid when I know I should trust God? These questions are not necessarily signs that something is wrong with you. Sometimes they are invitations to go deeper, because perhaps the restlessness is not asking for another distraction. Perhaps it is asking for God. There are some kinds of emptiness that entertainment cannot fill. There are some questions that productivity cannot answer. There are some fears that money cannot remove. There are some wounds that another person's approval cannot heal. And there are some forms of loneliness that only become clearer when the noise finally stops. That is why the quiet can be uncomfortable before it becomes peaceful. When you first become still, you may discover how much noise you have been carrying inside. You may realize that you have been filling every empty moment because silence gives your heart too much room to speak. But silence can also become a place where God meets us. Not because God only speaks in silence, but because silence gives us the opportunity to notice what we have been avoiding. Perhaps tonight, instead of trying to silence every thought immediately, you can simply become aware of what your heart is actually asking for. What do you want most? What do you believe would finally make you feel safe? What are you afraid of losing? What are you trying desperately to control? What would you need to happen tomorrow in order to believe that you could finally relax? And then ask a deeper question. Would that thing actually be enough? If you received exactly what you are asking for, would your heart finally become incapable of fear? Would you never worry again? Would you never become dissatisfied again? Would you never compare yourself to anyone else again? Would you never wonder what comes next? Probably not, because the human heart is capable of turning almost any blessing into another source of anxiety when the blessing becomes the foundation of identity. You can receive what you wanted and immediately begin worrying about losing it. You can finally reach the goal and discover that another goal has already taken its place. You can find the relationship and become afraid of losing the relationship. You can become financially secure and begin worrying about protecting what you have accumulated. You can become successful and begin worrying about maintaining your success. The problem is not always that we have too little. Sometimes the problem is that we are asking too little things to give us too much peace. And David is pointing us towards something greater. There is a good that does not disappear when circumstances change. There is a security that cannot be taken away by another person's opinion. There is a peace that does not depend entirely upon whether tomorrow goes according to plan. That peace begins with God, not merely God's gifts, God Himself. This is an important distinction, because sometimes we say that we want God when what we really want is what we hope God will give us. We want the healing. We want the restored relationship. We want the financial provision. We want the open door. We want the answer. We want the miracle. And there is nothing wrong with asking God for those things. But there is a deeper place of faith where we can eventually say, Lord, even if I do not receive the exact answer I want, I still want you. That is a difficult prayer. It is also one of the most liberating prayers a person can make, because it frees God from being reduced to a means of obtaining our preferred outcome. God is not merely the solution to the problems we want solved. He is the one our hearts were made to know. And when we begin to understand that, prayer changes. We stop approaching God only as someone who can give us things. We begin approaching Him as the one we cannot afford to live without. There is a difference between saying, God, make my life comfortable, and saying, God, be with me whatever my life becomes. The first prayer asks for a particular circumstance. The second asks for God's presence within every circumstance. And perhaps the second prayer is closer to the heart of Psalm 4. David is still dealing with opposition. He is still living with uncertainty. He still has reasons to be troubled, but his heart is beginning to settle because his security is becoming less dependent upon what is happening around him. He is remembering who God is, and sometimes peace begins when the question changes from, how do I make everything around me peaceful? To, how do I remain close to God while everything around me is not peaceful? That is a much deeper question. You may not be able to control your environment tonight. You may not be able to solve your family's problems. You may not be able to change another person's heart. You may not be able to predict your finances. You may not be able to guarantee the outcome of tomorrow, but you can turn toward God. You can choose what voice receives your attention. You can decide not to let fear become your prophet. You can choose not to let anger become your master. You can remember God's faithfulness. You can place tomorrow in His hands, and you can rest. Perhaps that sounds too simple, but some of the deepest truths in Scripture are simple enough to be remembered when we are exhausted. You do not need a complicated theology lesson at 2 in the morning. You need something your tired heart can hold. God is here. God hears. God knows. God remains faithful. And because of that, you do not have to make yourself your own savior. You can stop trying to rescue yourself from every possible future. You can stop trying to guarantee that nobody will ever hurt you again. You can stop trying to control every outcome before you allow yourself to breathe. You can simply be present with God. There is a profound difference between surrendering your life and giving up on your life. Giving up says, nothing matters. Surrender says, God matters more than my ability to control everything. Giving up is hopelessness. Surrender is trust. Giving up says, I cannot do anything, so there is no point. Surrender says, I cannot control everything, so I will place what I cannot control into God's hands. Those two positions may look similar from the outside, but they are completely different within the heart. Surrender still contains hope. It simply places hope somewhere stronger than ourselves. And perhaps that is what David is learning throughout this psalm. He begins by crying out. He remembers God's faithfulness. He confronts the people who are pursuing false sources of security. He deals honestly with anger, and gradually, the heart begins moving toward rest. Not because every problem has been solved, because the center of gravity has shifted. David is no longer looking entirely at the problem. He is looking at God. That shift can happen in your heart tonight as well. Perhaps your circumstances have not changed since you began listening. The bill is still there. The unanswered message is still unanswered. The relationship is still complicated. The future is still uncertain. The question still does not have an answer. But perhaps you can look somewhere else. Look toward God. Not because looking at God will magically erase the problem, but because the problem should never have been the largest thing in your field of vision. There is something larger. There is someone greater. And when the heart remembers that, the problem can remain real without becoming ultimate. That may be the beginning of peace. Not the peace that says, nothing bad can happen. The peace that says, whatever happens, God will still be God. And that is a peace worth learning, because circumstances change, people change, plans change, bodies change, jobs change, money changes, seasons change, even our own emotions change. But God does not become less worthy of trust simply because life becomes less predictable. So tonight, if you are searching for what is good, perhaps begin there. Not with what you can acquire, not with what you can control, not with what another person can give you. Begin with God. Ask Him to become the center around which everything else finds its proper place. Ask Him to teach your heart the difference between a blessing and a foundation. Ask Him to help you enjoy what you have without being terrified of losing it. Ask Him to help you love people without demanding that they become your source of ultimate security. Ask Him to help you work diligently without making your achievements the measure of your worth. Ask Him to help you receive tomorrow without trying to live it tonight. And perhaps, most importantly, ask Him to teach you that His presence is not merely a consolation prize when life does not give you what you wanted. His presence is the treasure. That is a truth worth carrying into sleep. When God becomes your deepest good, everything else can become a gift without becoming your master. Let that thought settle gently into your heart. You do not have to despise the good things in your life. You simply do not have to worship them. You can love your family without believing you can control their future. You can appreciate your work without believing your work determines your worth. You can enjoy your possessions without believing they guarantee your security. You can hope for tomorrow without demanding that tomorrow obey your plans. And you can ask God for what you desire while still trusting Him with the answer. That is a quieter kind of freedom. And perhaps the heart that has spent so much time trying to obtain peace can finally begin learning how to receive it. David is not finished yet. The psalm is moving toward one of its most beautiful moments, where the question of external circumstances begins to fade. And David speaks about something that cannot be measured by possessions, achievements, or earthly success. He speaks about the light of God's presence. And that is where we will go next. Because sometimes the reason we cannot see anything good in front of us is that we have been staring so long at the darkness that we have forgotten what it means to look toward the light. Tonight, you do not need to create the light. You only need to turn toward it. Perhaps as we continue, that light will become the very thing that allows your heart to finally become still. There are moments when what we think we need most is not actually what our heart needs most. We may spend hours asking God to change a circumstance, remove an obstacle, restore something we lost, or give us an answer that will finally allow us to breathe again. Those prayers are understandable, and Scripture gives us freedom to bring our desires honestly before God. Yet sometimes, beneath all those requests, there is a deeper longing that we have not yet learned how to name. We do not simply want the problem to disappear. We want to know that God is near. That distinction becomes increasingly important as Psalm 4 moves forward. David has already cried out to God, remembered God's faithfulness, confronted the instability of human desires, and dealt honestly with the anger that can disturb the heart. Now, the psalm turns toward something more beautiful than the removal of trouble. It turns toward the presence of God Himself. David asks that the light of God's face would shine upon His people. That image is ancient, intimate, and deeply personal. To ask for the light of God's face is not merely to ask for information or material provision. It is to ask for the awareness of God's favorable presence, for the assurance that He has not turned away, and for the quiet confidence that comes from knowing that the one who holds your life is looking upon you with mercy. There is something profoundly different between knowing that God exists and knowing that you are living before His presence. The first can remain an idea. The second changes the way you experience the night. Imagine walking through a dark room while believing that you are completely alone. Every unfamiliar sound becomes threatening because you have no sense of what surrounds you. Now, imagine walking through that same room while knowing that someone you trust is beside you. The room has not changed. The darkness has not disappeared, and the floor has not suddenly become easier to walk across. But the experience is completely different because you are no longer interpreting the darkness as evidence that you have been abandoned. That is part of what David is reaching for. He wants the light of God's face. He wants the assurance of God's nearness. And perhaps that is what many tired hearts are really asking for tonight. You may say that you want an answer, but perhaps what you are really longing for is reassurance that God has not forgotten you while you wait. You may say that you want your circumstances to change, but perhaps underneath that desire is the deeper need to know that you are not facing those circumstances alone. You may say that you want tomorrow to be predictable, but perhaps what your heart truly needs is confidence that God will still be with you when tomorrow is not predictable. Those are different prayers. One asks God to control the circumstances. The other asks God to become the center of our confidence within the circumstances. And the second prayer often takes us deeper because circumstances can change quickly. God's presence does not. That is why David's prayer remains so relevant to people who are trying to sleep tonight. Perhaps you are waiting for something that you believe will make you happy. You tell yourself that once this happens, you will finally relax. Once the house is paid off, once the children are settled, once the relationship is repaired, once the promotion comes, once the debt is gone, once the medical uncertainty is resolved, once the difficult person finally changes, once you understand what God is doing, then you will rest. But life has a strange way of moving the finish line. We reach one destination and discover another concern waiting beyond it. The problem we thought would be the final problem becomes the beginning of another season. The goal we believed would satisfy us eventually becomes ordinary. The blessing we once prayed for becomes something we take for granted, and the heart begins searching again. That is not necessarily because we are ungrateful people. It is because created things were never designed to provide the kind of permanent security our souls desire. There is nothing wrong with wanting good things. There is something dangerous about believing that good things can become our ultimate source of peace. David seems to understand that. He has experienced abundance. He has experienced danger. He has known moments of honor and moments of humiliation. He has seen what success can do, and he has seen how quickly circumstances can change. So when he speaks about joy, he does not locate that joy entirely in the harvest, the feast, the wealth, or the visible evidence. that life is going well. He points somewhere deeper. He says that God has placed a joy in his heart, greater than the joy people experience when their grain and wine abound. That comparison would have been immediately understandable in David's world. A plentiful harvest meant provision. Abundant grain meant there would be food for the household. Wine represented celebration and blessing. A successful harvest was not merely an economic statistic. It could mean security after uncertainty, celebration after labor, and relief after months of waiting. Imagine what it would have meant for an ancient family to look across fields filled with grain and realize that the harvest had been generous. There would have been gratitude. There would have been celebration. There would have been a sense that the hard work had produced something tangible. And yet David says there is a joy that goes deeper than that. That is a remarkable statement, because he is not saying that material blessing has no value. He is saying that material blessing cannot become the foundation of his joy. The harvest can be abundant one year and disappointing the next. The table can be full one season and uncertain in another. Circumstances can rise and fall, but there is a joy that does not depend entirely upon what is sitting on the table. There is a joy that comes from knowing God, and that is the kind of joy that can survive a difficult night. Perhaps you have experienced a small glimpse of this without realizing what it was. There may have been a season when you received something you had prayed for, and for a while you felt enormous relief. Then, slowly the excitement became normal. What once felt miraculous became part of your routine. That is what often happens with earthly blessings. We adapt. The new becomes familiar. The extraordinary becomes ordinary. The human heart is remarkably capable of becoming accustomed to what it once considered a miracle. That is why lasting joy cannot depend entirely upon receiving more. Because if joy always requires another blessing, we will spend our lives waiting for the next thing. David offers another possibility. What if joy can become rooted in relationship rather than accumulation? What if the deepest treasure is not simply what God puts into our hands, but the God whose hand holds us? That changes the way we see everything else. If God is the foundation, then blessings can be enjoyed without being worshipped. If God is the foundation, then losses can hurt without destroying our identity. If God is the foundation, then success can be celebrated without becoming the source of our worth. If God is the foundation, then disappointment can be painful without becoming proof that life has no meaning. This is not emotional detachment. It is rightly ordered love. You can love what God has given you without requiring those gifts to become your salvation. You can be grateful for your family without believing that your family must guarantee your happiness. You can enjoy your work without believing that your work must prove your worth. You can appreciate financial stability without believing that money can protect you from every uncertainty. You can treasure friendship without demanding that another human being become responsible for filling every empty place in your heart. And you can hope for tomorrow without believing that tomorrow must give you everything you want. That is a much freer way to live. It is also a much freer way to sleep. Because if your peace depends upon tomorrow being perfect, tonight will always be restless. There will always be one more possibility to consider, one more thing to check, one more message to reread, one more scenario to imagine, one more problem to solve before you allow yourself to close your eyes. But if your peace begins with God's presence, you can say something different. Lord, I still want this situation to change, but I do not need to know tonight exactly how you will change it. Lord, I still want this person to come back, but I will not make their decision the foundation of my peace. Lord, I still want the financial situation to improve, but I will not spend the entire night trying to calculate every possible disaster. Lord, I still want healing, but I know that my relationship with you cannot be reduced to whether I receive the answer I hoped for. Those are difficult prayers because they require surrender, but they also contain freedom. There is a point where asking God for something and demanding a particular outcome become very different things. Faith allows us to ask boldly while still surrendering completely. We can say, Lord, this is what I desire. And then with humility we can add, but you know what I cannot see. That is not a lack of faith. It may be one of the clearest expressions of faith. Jesus himself demonstrated this kind of surrender in Gethsemane. He did not hide his desire from the Father, yet he submitted his will to the Father's will. His prayer shows us that surrender is not the absence of desire. It is the willingness to trust God with the desire after we have honestly placed it before Him. That is important for anyone listening tonight who has been afraid that surrender means giving up hope. It does not. Surrender does not mean saying, I no longer care. It means saying, I care deeply, but I trust God more deeply. That is a very different posture. You can still pray for restoration. You can still pray for healing. You can still pray for provision. You can still pray for a door to open. You can still pray for someone you love to return to God. You can still pray for reconciliation. You can still pray for your children. You can still pray for your future. But after you pray, you do not have to spend the rest of the night trying to force the answer into existence with your thoughts. Prayer is not a contract in which God becomes obligated to produce the outcome you imagined. Prayer is communion. Prayer is relationship. Prayer is bringing your whole heart before God and trusting Him with what happens next. That may be why David's language about God's face is so meaningful. He does not merely ask for a gift from God's hand. He asks for God's face. There is intimacy in that request. When you love someone deeply, their presence can mean more than anything they could give you. Think about a child who has had a frightening dream. The child may not understand the psychology of fear. They may not be able to explain what frightened them. They may not even need a detailed explanation. They simply want someone they trust to come into the room. The parent sits beside the bed. The room has not changed. The dream cannot be erased from memory. But the child's fear begins to settle because someone safe is present. Sometimes presence does what explanation cannot. Perhaps that is why the light of God's face matters. God's presence does not always explain the darkness. Sometimes it simply assures us that we are not alone inside it. And perhaps that is the kind of peace you need tonight. You may not receive an explanation before you sleep. You may not understand why a particular season has lasted so long. You may not know what tomorrow's news will bring. You may not know whether a relationship will be restored. You may not know how a financial burden will be resolved, but you can know that God is with you. That knowledge may not answer every question. It can still steady the heart. There is another beautiful consequence of this kind of trust. When God's presence becomes the deepest source of joy, you no longer have to live in constant fear of losing every good thing. You can enjoy without clutching. You can love without possessing. You can receive without becoming terrified of loss. You can celebrate without believing that celebration must last forever. You can grieve without believing that grief has erased every reason for hope. This is because your deepest treasure is no longer completely dependent upon the changing circumstances of your life. There is something beneath the circumstances, something more permanent, something that cannot be measured by the size of your bank account, the number of people who admire you, the success of your plans, or the absence of problems. God Himself, and perhaps that is the secret behind David's joy. His circumstances have not become perfect. His enemies have not disappeared. His questions have not all been answered. Yet he can still speak about joy, because joy has found a deeper foundation. That is a powerful lesson for us. You do not have to wait until life becomes easy before you are allowed to experience joys. You can experience joy in the middle of uncertainty, not because uncertainty is pleasant, because God remains present. You can experience gratitude while still grieving. You can experience hope while still waiting. You can experience peace while still having unanswered questions. These things can exist together. The human heart is more spacious than we sometimes realize. You can be sad and still trust God. You can be disappointed and still worship. You can be tired and still have hope. You can be afraid and still choose faith. You can miss someone and still believe that God is near. You can have questions without losing your relationship with God. That is one of the beautiful things about the Psalms. They do not force human emotion into neat categories. They allow grief and praise to sit in the same room. They allow questions and trust to breathe together. They allow the heart to speak honestly while still turning toward God. And perhaps that is why these ancient prayers remain so powerful for people trying to sleep in the 21st century, because our technology has changed, but our hearts have not changed nearly as much. We still want to be safe. We still want to be loved. We still want to know that tomorrow will be okay. We still want our families to be protected. We still want our work to matter. We still want our lives to have meaning. And underneath all those desires is a deeper hunger. We want to know that our lives are held by someone greater than ourselves. Psalm 4 points us there. It tells us that the light of God's face is worth more than the abundance of circumstances. That is a truth worth carrying into the darkness. Because when you finally understand that, you can stop demanding that tonight provide answers that only time can reveal. You can stop forcing tomorrow to appear before its appointed hour. You can stop asking yourself whether you have done enough. You can simply rest in the presence of God. Perhaps you can imagine that light tonight, not as a physical light in the room, but as the quiet assurance that God has not turned his face away from you. The room may still be dark. Your circumstances may still be uncertain. Your questions may still be unanswered. But God is not absent, and perhaps that is enough for this moment. Let your heart remember what David remembered. The deepest joy does not come from having everything you want. It comes from knowing the one who remains when everything else changes. That truth can become an anchor when the night feels long. It can remind you that your peace does not have to rise and fall with every piece of news. It can remind you that your identity does not depend upon whether today was successful. It can remind you that your worth does not disappear because someone rejected you. It can remind you that your future is not destroyed simply because the present is uncertain. And it can remind you that God does not become less good simply because his timing is different from yours. Perhaps tonight you can pray something like this in your own words. Father, I still have things I want you to change, but I do not want those things to become more important to me than you are. I still have questions, but I do not want unanswered questions to become the reason I forget your faithfulness. I still have fears, but I do not want fear to become the voice that defines my future. Let your presence become enough for me tonight. You do not need to say those exact words. The point is not the wording. The point is the direction of the heart toward God. And perhaps as you turn toward him, you begin to realize something else. The joy David describes is not necessarily loud. It does not have to feel like excitement. It can be quiet, steady, deep, like the warmth of a lamp in a dark room, like the relief of finally arriving home after a long journey, like the feeling of knowing that someone you trust is awake while you sleep. That kind of joy may not announce itself, but it can hold you. And perhaps tonight that is enough. You do not need to feel ecstatic before you can be at peace. You do not need to manufacture a spiritual emotion. You can simply rest in what is true. God is present. God hears. God knows. God is faithful. And his presence is more secure than any circumstance you are trying to protect. As Psalm 4 continues toward its final movement, David will finally arrive at the place where this entire journey has been leading. He has cried out to God. He has remembered God's faithfulness. He has confronted anger. He has questioned what people are pursuing. He has discovered a deeper source of joy. And now, with all of that in view, he will do something remarkably simple. He will lie down. He will sleep. Not because he has received every answer, not because every enemy has disappeared, not because the future has suddenly become predictable. He will rest because he has learned where his security truly lies. And that may be the most beautiful lesson. Psalm 4 has been quietly teaching us from the beginning. Peace does not always come when you finally understand what God is doing. Sometimes it comes when you finally trust the God who knows what He is doing. So, if your mind is still carrying questions tonight, you do not need to force them away. Let them remain unanswered for now. If your heart is still carrying disappointment, you do not need to pretend it does not hurt. Bring it gently before God. If tomorrow still feels uncertain, you do not need to predict it. Tomorrow will arrive in its own time, and when it does, the same God who is with you tonight will already be there. For now, you can rest. The night does not require you to solve your life. It only asks you to let yourself be held by the God who has never needed you to hold everything together. And as we move into the final section of Psalm 4, David's final words will bring all of these ideas together in one of the most peaceful conclusions in the psalm. A conclusion about lying down, about sleep, about safety, and about the quiet confidence that comes when the heart finally understands that it does not have to remain awake to protect itself. That is where our journey is taking us next. There comes a moment in every difficult night when the heart has to decide what it will do with everything it cannot control. You can continue calculating every possibility, replaying every conversation, imagining every disaster, and trying to solve tomorrow before tomorrow arrives. Or you can finally acknowledge a truth that is both simple and profound. There are things you were never meant to carry through the night. Psalm 4 brings us to that moment. David has not been given a perfect life. He has not been promised that every enemy will disappear before he closes his eyes. He has not been handed a complete explanation for everything happening around him. Yet by the end of the psalm, he reaches a place where he can lie down and sleep. That is remarkable, because the ability to sleep is not merely about physical exhaustion. Sometimes the body is tired while the mind remains on guard. You can be completely exhausted and still find yourself staring into the darkness, because some part of you believes that if you stop thinking, something will go wrong. Perhaps you know that feeling. You check the time. You turn over. You look at your phone. You think about tomorrow. You calculate what needs to be done. You remember something you forgot. You think about someone you love. You wonder whether they are okay. You remember a conversation from earlier. You imagine what could happen next. Then, you tell yourself that you should stop thinking about it, which somehow makes you think about it even more. The night becomes a place where every unresolved thought seems louder. But David reaches a different conclusion. He does not say, "I can sleep because I have finally solved everything." He does not say, "I can sleep because all my enemies have disappeared." He does not say, "I can sleep because tomorrow is guaranteed to go exactly as I want." His confidence comes from something deeper. God is his security. That changes everything. There is a kind of rest that comes from circumstances being under control. But there is another kind of rest that comes from knowing that even when circumstances are outside your control, your life is not outside God's control. That distinction is the heart of Psalm 4. You may not control what happens tomorrow. You may not even control what happens in the next hour, but you do not need to control everything in order to rest. You need to trust someone who does not lose control simply because you are tired. That is why David can lie down. And perhaps that is why this psalm has spoken to generations of people who have carried their fears into the night. Because nighttime exposes our illusion of control. During the day, we can convince ourselves that we are managing things. We have schedules, we have meetings, we have tasks, we have phones, we have information. We can call people. We can search for answers. We can make plans. We can work. We can move. We can act. But eventually, night comes. The world slows down. There are fewer things you can do. And eventually, you discover that some problems cannot be solved by staying awake. There are situations where another hour of worrying accomplishes nothing. There are questions that will still be unanswered at sunrise. There are decisions that cannot be made until more information arrives. There are people whose hearts you cannot control. There are circumstances that only time can reveal. And there are moments when the wisest thing you can do is stop trying to be God over your own life. That may sound severe, but it is actually an invitation to freedom. You were never designed to know everything. You were never designed to predict everything. You were never designed to control everyone. You were never designed to carry tomorrow before it arrives. You are a human being, and being human means accepting limits. Those limits are not evidence of failure. They are part of your design. You need sleep. You need food. You need rest. You need other people. You need God. And perhaps one of the reasons we struggle so much with rest is that we interpret our limitations as weaknesses rather than reminders that we were never meant to live independently of God. The need for rest is not a defect. It is a reminder. You are not self-sufficient. You were never supposed to be. And there is something deeply humbling and deeply comforting about admitting that. You can say, "I have done what I can today." You can say, "There are things I cannot fix tonight." You can say, "There are questions I cannot answer right now." You can say, "There are people I cannot change." And then you can add something even more important. God, you can hold what I cannot. That is surrender. And surrender is where rest begins. Think about how different your night would feel if you truly believed that God was awake while you were asleep. You would not need to monitor everything. You would not need to rehearse every possibility. You would not need to protect yourself through endless thought. You could let the night be the night. You could allow your body to become heavy. You could allow your breathing to slow. You could let your thoughts come and go without following every one of them, because your safety does not depend upon remaining mentally alert every second. God does not require you to stay awake in order to remain faithful. There is a beautiful humility in sleep. When you sleep, you stop producing, you stop performing, you stop achieving, you stop managing. You surrender consciousness for a few hours. You become completely dependent upon God to sustain you while you are unaware. And every night, whether we recognize it or not, sleep is a small act of surrender. You close your eyes without knowing exactly what tomorrow will contain. You trust that morning will come. You trust that your body can rest. You trust that you do not have to remain conscious to keep yourself alive. And for a Christian, that ordinary act of sleep can become a quiet reminder of faith. You are allowed to stop. You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to release the day. You are allowed to let God be God while you sleep. There is another reason this matters. Sometimes we believe that worry is a form of responsibility. We think that if we stop worrying, we are somehow becoming careless. We imagine that worrying proves that we care. If I stop thinking about this, maybe I will miss something. If I stop worrying about my child, maybe something will happen. If I stop calculating the finances, maybe I will become irresponsible. If I stop thinking about the future, maybe I will not be prepared. But worry and responsibility are not the same thing. Responsibility asks, what can I faithfully do? Worry asks, what if everything goes wrong? Responsibility leads to action. Worry often leads to repetition. Responsibility has limits. Worry refuses to acknowledge them. You can prepare for tomorrow without mentally living through every possible version of tomorrow. You can make a plan without worshiping the plan. You can take wise precautions without believing that you can eliminate every risk. You can love your family without believing that you can control every outcome in their lives. You can be diligent without becoming consumed. That distinction can change the way you approach sleep. Perhaps tonight, ask yourself one simple question. What can actually be done tonight? If something can be done, do it. If there is a message that truly needs to be sent, send it. If there is something you need to write down, so you will remember it tomorrow, write it down. If there is a practical decision that can be made now, make it. But once you have done what you can, let the rest wait. You do not need to continue thinking merely because thinking is available. You do not need to keep rehearsing the problem because your mind is capable of replaying it. You do not need to remain emotionally awake just because the situation remains unresolved. Some things belong to tomorrow, and tomorrow belongs to God. That is one of the quietest forms of faith, not knowing what tomorrow will bring and refusing to let that ignorance become an excuse for panic. There is something else David understands. God's protection does not always mean that nothing painful happens. This is important because otherwise, our faith can become fragile. If we believe that trusting God guarantees a trouble-free life, then the first serious disappointment can make us question everything. But Scripture does not present faith that way. David himself experienced danger. He experienced betrayal. He experienced conflict. He experienced grief. He experienced consequences. His trust in God did not make him immune to pain. It gave him somewhere to take his pain. That is a much more durable faith. God's presence does not mean that nothing difficult will ever happen. It means that difficulty does not have the final word. You can go through a valley without believing that God has abandoned you. You can experience loss without believing that God has ceased to be good. You can wait without believing that waiting means forgotten. You can suffer without believing that suffering has made your life meaningless. And you can sleep even while some circumstances remain unresolved. That is the kind of peace Psalm 4 offers. It is not the fragile peace of perfect conditions. It is the resilient peace of trust. Perhaps that is why David's final words feel so intimate. He says that he can lie down and sleep in peace because the Lord alone makes him dwell in safety. There is something deeply personal about that statement. David does not merely say that God protects people in general. He speaks from his own relationship with God. He has experienced God's faithfulness. He knows something about the character of the one to whom he is entrusting the night. And perhaps your own faith needs to remember the same thing. You are not trusting an abstract concept. You are trusting the God who has carried his people through generations of uncertainty. The God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the God who brought Israel through the wilderness, the God who sustained David through seasons of danger, the God who remained faithful when his people were frightened, confused, rebellious, grieving, and waiting. The God revealed ultimately in Jesus Christ. This is not a God who has only appeared in peaceful circumstances. He has revealed himself in the middle of human suffering. He has entered the human story. He has experienced rejection. He has experienced grief. He has experienced betrayal. He has experienced physical suffering. And through Christ, Christians believe that God has demonstrated his willingness to come near to suffering rather than remain distant from it. That means when you bring your pain to God tonight, you are not bringing it to someone incapable of understanding what suffering feels like. You are bringing it to the God who has entered the brokenness of the human story. That does not answer every question, but it changes the one to whom you ask the question. And perhaps that is enough for tonight. You may still wonder why. You may still wonder when. You may still wonder what happens next. But you can ask those questions while resting in the presence of God. You do not have to solve the mystery before you can trust the one who holds it. That is perhaps one of the hardest lessons faith teaches us. We often want understanding before surrender. God sometimes asks for surrender before understanding. We want the map before we take the next step. God often gives enough light for the next step and asks us to trust Him with the road beyond it. We want certainty before peace. God offers His presence in the middle of uncertainty. And perhaps that is what you need tonight. Not certainty about tomorrow, confidence about God. There is a difference. Certainty says, I know exactly what will happen. Faith says, I do not know exactly what will happen, but I know who will be with me. Certainty depends upon information. Faith depends upon relationship. And when information runs out, relationship can still remain. That is why you can sleep. You do not know everything, but God does. You cannot see everything, but God can. You cannot control everything, but God remains sovereign. You cannot predict everything, but God is already present in the future you cannot see. That should change the way you think about tomorrow. Tomorrow is not a blank space that you have to fill with anxiety. Tomorrow is a place where God's faithfulness will meet you when you arrive. You do not need to arrive there tonight. Tonight has enough of its own responsibilities. Tonight, your responsibility is to rest. And perhaps that means allowing some things to remain unfinished. The dishes can wait. The email can wait. The decision can wait. The conversation can wait. The answer can wait. The future can wait. God does not need you to finish tomorrow before you sleep tonight. There is dignity in finishing the day without finishing everything. You are not a machine. You are not measured by how much you can accomplish without rest. Your value does not decrease when you stop working. Your worth does not disappear when you are unproductive, and your spiritual life does not become weaker because you need sleep. Rest is not wasted time. Rest is part of being human. And when you rest with God, it becomes an act of trust. Perhaps you can imagine placing everything you carried today into God's hands. Place the conversation there. Place the financial concern there. Place the person you cannot control there. Place the future there. Place the mistake you made there. Place the thing you regret there. Place the unanswered prayer there. Place the fear you have been hiding there. Place the thing you are afraid to lose there. You do not need to explain every detail. God already knows. You can simply say, Father, I cannot carry this through the night. I give it to you, and then let your hands become empty. There is something beautiful about empty hands. Empty hands can receive. Hands that are tightly gripping everything have no room for anything else. Perhaps your heart has been gripping too tightly. You have been holding on to the outcome, holding on to the conversation, holding on to the fear, holding on to the resentment, holding on to the plan, holding on to the need to know. And God may be gently inviting you to loosen your grip, not because those things do not matter, because they matter too much to be carried by you alone. There are burdens that become lighter when shared, and the Christian life is not ultimately about becoming strong enough that you never need God. It is about becoming increasingly willing to depend upon Him. That dependence is not weakness, it is relationship. A child does not become weak because they reach for a parent's hand. A person does not become weak because they ask for help. A believer does not become spiritually weak because they say, "God, I need you." Perhaps the opposite is true. Sometimes, the most mature prayer is the simplest one. I need you. You may have spent years trying to become independent enough that you never have to say those words. But God is not asking you to prove your independence. He is inviting you into trust. And tonight, trust may look like sleep. It may look like closing your eyes while the problem is still unresolved. It may look like turning off the screen before you have received the answer. It may look like refusing to send the angry message. It may look like forgiving someone without knowing what tomorrow will bring. It may look like believing that God can protect your future without you mentally patrolling it all night. It may look like saying, "I have done what I can today. The rest belongs to God." That sentence can become a doorway into peace. Not because everything is suddenly okay, because you have remembered who is responsible for what you cannot control. And perhaps this is the sentence worth carrying into the final moments of this night. You do not have to stay awake to protect a future that God is already holding. Let that truth settle slowly. The future does not need your anxiety. Your family does not need you to worry every second in order to be loved. Your problems do not become safer because you think about them continuously. Your enemies do not become weaker because you lose sleep thinking about them. Your mistakes do not become corrected because you punish yourself through the night. And tomorrow does not become more manageable because you suffer through tonight. There is a time to work. There is a time to speak. There is a time to act. And there is a time to lie down. Tonight can be that time. David's journey through Psalm 4 has brought him from distress toward trust, from accusation toward surrender, from anger toward reflection, from searching for external good toward discovering deeper joy, and finally, from restlessness toward rest. Notice that his circumstances do not necessarily provide the reason for peace. God does. That is the central lesson. And perhaps it is the lesson your heart has been needing all along. You have been waiting for circumstances to give you permission to rest. God is inviting you to rest in Him before circumstances are resolved. You have been waiting for tomorrow to become safe. God is reminding you that He is already your refuge tonight. You have been waiting for someone else to make things right. God is asking you to place what you cannot control into His hands. You have been waiting to understand. God is asking you to trust. And maybe that is enough for now. The room is quiet. The day is ending. You have carried enough. Let the weight come down. Let your shoulders relax. Let your breathing slow. You do not have to rehearse the day one more time. You do not have to predict tomorrow. You do not have to solve the entire future. God is still God. God is still present. God is still listening. God is still faithful. And you are still held. The night belongs to Him too. So lie down, not because you know what tomorrow will bring. Lie down because you know who will meet you there. Sleep, not because every question has been answered. Sleep because the God who hears you does not require you to remain awake. Rest, not because your life is perfect. Rest because your security is not ultimately found in the perfection of your circumstances. And when morning comes, whatever it brings, you will meet it one day at a time. You do not need to live tomorrow tonight. You only need to trust God with tonight. And perhaps that is the quiet invitation at the heart of Psalm 4. The deepest peace is not the confidence that nothing can go wrong. It is the confidence that nothing can separate you from the God who holds you. And now, after walking through the words of Psalm 4, perhaps the most important thing we can do is stop talking about rest and begin to rest. There comes a point when explanation has done what explanation can do. The mind may understand the passage, recognize its meaning, and even agree with its message. But the heart still needs somewhere to place what it has been carrying. So, for a moment, you do not need to analyze anything. You do not need to figure out what tomorrow means. You do not need to solve the situation that has been troubling you. You do not need to force yourself to feel peaceful. Simply come before God as you are. If your mind is still active, let it be active for a moment. If your heart is still carrying fear, bring that fear with you. If there is sadness somewhere beneath the surface, you do not need to hide it. If there is anger that you have not completely released, you do not need to pretend that it is gone. If there are questions you still cannot answer, you are allowed to bring those questions into the presence of God. Tonight is not about pretending that everything is fine. Tonight is about remembering that you do not have to carry everything alone. Father, as this day comes to an end, we come before you without trying to make ourselves appear stronger than we really are. You already know what happened today. You know the conversations we had, the conversations we avoided, the decisions we made, and the decisions we wish we had made differently. You know the moments when we felt strong, and you know the moments when our strength disappeared. You know what made us smile today, and you know what quietly broke our hearts. You know the things we told other people, and you know the things we kept hidden. Nothing about this day is hidden from you. So, tonight, we do not need to explain ourselves. We simply come home to you. Lord, there are things we are still carrying. Some of them are obvious, while others are so familiar that we have almost forgotten. They are burdens. There are worries about tomorrow. There are concerns about money, family, work, relationships, health, responsibilities, and decisions that still need to be made. There are people we love whose lives we cannot control. There are circumstances we desperately wish we could change. There are doors we wish you would open. There are doors we wish you had never allowed to close. There are prayers we have repeated so many times that we have almost stopped knowing what else to say. And tonight, Father, we place those prayers back into your hands. not because they no longer matter, they matter deeply, but because we are remembering that you can carry what we cannot. You are not asking us to solve tomorrow before we sleep tonight. You are not asking us to understand everything before we trust you. You are not asking us to know the entire road before taking the next step. You are asking us to remain with you. So help us remain. Help us become still enough to remember that you are God. Help us become quiet enough to recognize that our lives are not held together by the strength of our thoughts. Help us become humble enough to admit that there are things beyond our control, and help us become trusting enough to release them. Father, if there is something we have been trying to control tonight, show us what it is. Perhaps we have been trying to control another person's decision. Perhaps we have been trying to control what someone thinks about us. Perhaps we have been trying to control the outcome of a situation that has already moved beyond our hands. Perhaps we have been trying to control tomorrow. Perhaps we have been trying to control the future of someone we love. Perhaps we have been trying to control our own image, our own reputation, or the way other people perceive us. Whatever it is, teach us the difference between responsibility and control. Show us what belongs to us and what belongs to you. Give us wisdom to do what we can faithfully do, and give us humility to leave untouched what only you can handle. There are things we can prepare for, but there are things we cannot predict. There are things we can influence, but there are things we cannot control. There are people we can love, but there are people whose hearts we cannot change. There are decisions we can make, but there are outcomes we cannot guarantee. So, tonight, Lord, help us stop carrying responsibility for things that were never ours to carry. Give us permission to rest. Father, there may also be anger inside us. Perhaps someone hurt us today. Perhaps someone misunderstood us. Perhaps someone spoke words that we cannot stop remembering. Perhaps someone betrayed our trust. Perhaps someone treated us unfairly. Perhaps an old wound was opened again by something that happened today. You know exactly what happened. You know the truth more completely than we do. You know what the other person intended. You know what they did. You know what they failed to do. You know every detail that we cannot see. And because you know, we do not have to become the final judge of everything tonight. Lord, we bring our anger to you. We do not pretend that the wound was insignificant. We do not call wrong things right. We do not deny what happened. We simply refuse to allow what happened to become the master of our hearts. Teach us how to forgive without pretending that the pain was not real. Teach us how to establish boundaries without hatred. Teach us how to seek justice without becoming consumed by revenge. Teach us how to tell the truth without allowing bitterness to become our identity. And where forgiveness is still difficult, begin the work slowly within us. We may not be ready to say that everything is okay, so we will simply say this: Father, I give this person to you. I give this situation to you. I give this wound to you. I give this anger to you. I give this need for justice to you. We trust you with what we cannot resolve tonight. And Lord, if there is something we regret about today, we bring that to you too. Perhaps we said something we should not have said. Perhaps we lost our patience. Perhaps we allowed fear to control a decision. Perhaps we failed someone we love. Perhaps we made a mistake that we cannot undo. Perhaps we wasted hours doing things that did not matter. Perhaps we spent too much time worrying and too little time trusting. Whatever it is, Father, we do not want to spend the entire night punishing ourselves for being human. Where repentance is needed, give us the courage to repent. Where an apology is needed, give us humility to apologize. Where something needs to be corrected tomorrow, give us wisdom to correct it. But tonight, let us remember that tomorrow is another day. We do not have to live tomorrow before it arrives. Your mercy is not exhausted because we made a mistake today. Your grace is not smaller because we failed. Your love does not disappear because we are disappointed in ourselves. So help us receive your mercy tonight. Let the mistakes of today remain in today. Let the lessons remain with us, but do not let shame become our companion into tomorrow. Father, some of us are carrying fear about the future. We do not know what tomorrow will bring. There may be uncertainty about a job. There may be uncertainty about a relationship. There may be uncertainty about a financial situation. There may be uncertainty about a decision that has not yet been made. There may be uncertainty about someone we love. There may simply be a vague feeling that something could go wrong. You know how easily the mind can create entire futures from a single fearful thought. We imagine conversations that have not happened. We imagine problems that have not arrived. We imagine losses that have not occurred. We rehearse disasters that exist only in our imagination. And sometimes we become exhausted by fighting battles that are not yet real. Father, bring us back to this moment. Tonight is real. This breath is real. Your presence is real. Tomorrow is not here yet. So we will not demand that tomorrow explain itself tonight. We will meet tomorrow when it arrives. And when it arrives, you will already be there. That is enough. You will already be there. You will already know what we do not know. You will already see what we cannot see. You will already understand what we cannot understand. So we release tomorrow. We release the future. We release the need to know. We release the demand for certainty. And we choose trust. Lord, there are also good things we are afraid of losing. Sometimes our fear is not about what we do not have. Sometimes it is about what we already have. We are afraid of losing the people we love. We are afraid of losing financial stability. We are afraid of losing our health. We are afraid of losing our home. We are afraid of losing our position. We are afraid of losing the future we imagined. And because we love these things, we sometimes hold them so tightly that love becomes anxiety. Teach us how to receive your gifts with gratitude without turning them into idols. Teach us how to love people without believing that we can control their entire lives. Teach us how to enjoy what you have given us without living in constant terror of losing it. Teach us how to hold blessings with open hands. What you have given, we thank you for. What you choose to change, we will trust you with. And what we cannot keep forever, help us treasure without becoming enslaved by fear. Father, tonight we remember the words of David. He could lie down and sleep because his security was not ultimately found in circumstances. His safety was found in you. So let that truth become real in our hearts, not merely something we understand, something we trust. We may not feel completely safe, but you are still our refuge. We may not know what tomorrow brings, but you are already there. We may still have questions, but you have not stopped listening. We may still feel afraid, but fear does not mean that you have left us. We may still feel lonely, but loneliness is not proof of your absence. We may still be waiting, but waiting is not the same as being forgotten. Father, let those truths settle deeply within us. Let them move beneath the noise of our thoughts. Let them reach the places where fear has been speaking louder than faith. And tonight, help us remember that your presence does not depend upon our ability to feel it. You are God whether we feel peaceful or anxious. You are faithful whether today was successful or difficult. You are good whether we understand your plan or not. You are near whether we feel emotionally close to you or spiritually dry. Your character does not change with our emotions, and because you do not change, we can rest. Lord, perhaps someone listening tonight has been carrying a burden for so long that they no longer remember what it feels like to be without it. Perhaps they have become so accustomed to anxiety that peace feels unfamiliar. Perhaps they have spent so many nights thinking about the same problem that they have forgotten how to stop. Meet them gently. Do not shame them for being tired. Do not condemn them for being afraid. Teach them slowly. Show them that trust can grow one surrender at a time. Tonight may not solve everything, but tonight can be the beginning of something. The beginning of releasing, the beginning of trusting, the beginning of learning that they do not have to carry tomorrow, tonight. Father, if their thoughts are racing, slow them gently. If their heart is beating with anxiety, bring them into a deeper awareness of your presence. If their body is tense, help them release the tension they have been carrying. Let their shoulders become relaxed. Let their breathing become slower. Let their hands become open. Let their mind stop fighting every thought. And when a thought comes, remind them that they do not have to follow it. They can notice it and return to you. A fear can appear without becoming a prophecy. A memory can appear without becoming a command. A question can remain unanswered without becoming a crisis. A problem can remain unresolved without requiring immediate action. Tonight, Father, let us simply be with you. We do not need to accomplish anything in this moment. We do not need to prove anything. We do not need to perform. We do not need to impress you. We are simply here, and you are here. That is enough. Perhaps there is something beautiful about realizing that we do not have to earn God's attention. Before we spoke, you knew. Before we understood what was wrong, you understood. before we found the words, you knew the prayer. Before we recognized the wound, you saw it. Before we knew what tomorrow would bring, you were already there. So tonight, we stop striving for a moment. We stop running. We stop calculating. We stop rehearsing. We stop defending. We stop trying to make ourselves strong enough to carry everything. And we rest. Father, let your peace settle over this room. Let it settle over this bed. Let it settle over this mind. Let it settle over this heart. Not as a promise that nothing difficult will ever happen again, but as the deeper assurance that when difficulty comes, you will not abandon us. Let your peace become stronger than the need to know. Let your presence become more real to us than the uncertainty around us. Let your faithfulness become louder than our fears. And when we wake tomorrow, remind us that we do not have to carry the entire future in one morning. Give us grace for one day. Give us wisdom for one decision. Give us strength for one step. And when that step is finished, give us grace for the next. We do not need to see the entire road. We only need enough light to walk with you. Tonight, however, we are not walking. Tonight, we are resting. So, Father, we place the road ahead into your hands. We place our families into your hands. We place our work into your hands. We place our finances into your hands. We place our relationships into your hands. We place our unanswered questions into your hands. We place our disappointments into your hands. We place our dreams into your hands. We place our fears into your hands. We place our future into your hands. And finally, we place ourselves into your hands, because perhaps that is what we have been trying to avoid. We have been asking you to hold our circumstances while still trying to hold ourselves. Tonight we surrender both. Hold us, Lord. Hold the parts of us that are tired. Hold the parts that are afraid. Hold the parts that are disappointed. Hold the parts that are still grieving. Hold the parts that are hopeful. Hold the parts that do not know what to expect. Hold the parts that are still learning how to trust. You do not need us to be fearless before you can hold us. You do not need us to understand before you can hold us. You do not need us to become stronger before you can hold us. We simply come, and you receive us. So as this night grows quieter, let the words of Psalm 4 become more than words. Let them become a place to rest. You can lie down. You can sleep. You can release the day. You can let tomorrow wait, because God is still watching. God is still listening. God is still holding. And the one who watches over you does not become tired, because you have fallen asleep. Your eyes can close. Your body can rest. Your mind can release its grip, because your security does not depend upon your ability to remain awake. God is with you in the silence. God is with you in the darkness. God is with you in the uncertainty. God is with you in the waiting. And God will still be with you when morning comes. So breathe slowly now. Let the day become distant. Let the conversations become quiet. Let the unfinished tasks remain unfinished. Let tomorrow remain tomorrow. You have carried enough for one day. And perhaps the most faithful thing you can do now is simply receive the gift of rest. Because rest is not giving up. Rest is trust. Rest is saying, God, I believe. You can continue caring for my life while I sleep. Rest is saying, I do not need to monitor everything. Rest is saying, I do not need to know everything. Rest is saying, I am not God, and I do not need to be. And perhaps there is freedom in that realization. You are allowed to be human tonight. You are allowed to be tired. You are allowed to need God. You are allowed to close your eyes without having every answer. And you are allowed to believe that tomorrow does not depend entirely upon you. So let your heart become still. Let the room become quiet. Let the last concerns of the day slowly loosen their grip. And as you drift toward sleep, remember this: you do not have to carry the night when God is already holding you through it. Father, we give you this night. We give you this mind. We give you this heart. And we trust you with the morning. In Jesus' name, amen. There is a particular kind of peace that comes when you finally stop asking the night to give you answers. The room may still be dark. The future may still be uncertain. And the circumstances that troubled you earlier may remain exactly where you left them. But something inside you begins to change when you realize that you do not have to understand everything before you are allowed to rest. Psalm 4 has been leading us toward this place slowly. David began with distress, calling upon the God who had answered him before. He confronted the restless desires of people who were searching for satisfaction in things that could never permanently satisfy them. He spoke honestly about anger, warning the heart not to allow anger to become a doorway into sin. He called people toward trust, toward righteousness, toward the quiet confidence that comes from knowing God. And eventually, he arrived at a place where he could lie down and sleep. That progression matters. David did not begin the psalm by pretending he was peaceful. He began by crying out. He did not deny his trouble. He brought his trouble into God's presence. He did not silence his questions. He allowed those questions to become prayer. And perhaps that is one of the most important lessons for anyone listening tonight. Biblical peace is not pretending that you have no problems. Biblical peace is learning where to take your problems. You do not have to deny what hurts in order to trust God. You do not have to convince yourself that everything is fine. You do not have to force a smile over a wound that is still healing. You do not have to pretend that uncertainty does not frighten you. You can tell the truth about what you feel while still choosing to believe the truth about who God is. That is what makes the Psalms so human. They do not ask us to become emotionless before we come to God. They teach us to bring our emotions to Him. So tonight, perhaps you can allow yourself to become honest again. What are you afraid of? What are you still carrying? What thought keeps returning whenever the room becomes quiet? What situation are you secretly trying to solve while lying in bed? What outcome have you decided must happen before you will finally feel safe? Perhaps you already know the answer. Maybe there is one particular person. Maybe there is one particular problem. Maybe there is something that happened years ago that still has the power to disturb your peace tonight. Maybe you are worried about something that has not even happened yet. Maybe you are simply exhausted from being strong for everyone else. Whatever it is, God does not need you to hide it from Him. He already knows. And there is a profound difference between carrying something alone and carrying something honestly into the presence of God. When you hide a burden, it often grows in the darkness. When you bring it into God's presence, it may not disappear immediately, but you no longer have to carry it as though you are the only one responsible for it. That distinction can become the beginning of rest. Perhaps tonight, you have been trying to keep watch over your entire life. You have been monitoring every possibility. You have been checking every detail. You have been analyzing every word. You have been wondering what someone meant. You have been trying to predict what someone will do. You have been imagining what could happen next. And beneath all of it is a quiet assumption that says, if I stop paying attention, something may go wrong. But what if the opposite is true? What if there is a moment when paying attention becomes another form of bondage? What if you have done enough for today? What if you have already prayed? What if you have already thought about the problem? What if you have already done what was possible? What if the next faithful thing is not another hour of analysis? What if the next faithful thing is rest? There is a time to act, and there is a time to surrender the results of your actions. There is a time to speak, and there is a time to become quiet. There is a time to plan, and there is a time to stop planning. There is a time to fight for what is right, and there is a time to place the outcome into God's hands. Wisdom is knowing the difference, and sometimes the most spiritual thing you can do at the end of a long day is admit that you have reached the edge of what you can do. That is not failure. That is humility. You are not responsible for controlling every outcome. You are responsible for faithfulness. God is responsible for what only God can do. That distinction can free your mind from an enormous amount of pressure. You can love someone without being able to save them from every consequence. You can guide your children without controlling every decision they will make. You can work diligently without guaranteeing success. You can prepare carefully without eliminating uncertainty. You can pray faithfully without dictating God's answer. You can forgive someone without being able to change their heart. You can do everything within your power and still have to release the outcome. That is not a flaw in the system. That is simply the reality of being human. And perhaps the peace of Psalm 4 begins precisely there. You are human. God is God. You do not have to reverse those roles. You do not have to carry what belongs to Him. You do not have to know what He knows. You do not have to see what He sees. You do not have to understand what He understands. You only have to trust Him with the portion of the journey He has placed in front of you. Tonight, your portion may simply be rest. Let that be enough. There is a quiet beauty in allowing the day to end without demanding that every loose thread be tied. Some conversations will remain unfinished. Some questions will remain unanswered. Some decisions will wait until morning. Some situations will take weeks or months to resolve. Some wounds will require a much longer journey than one night, and that is okay. You do not have to finish the entire process before you sleep. Healing does not require you to solve everything at once. Growth does not require perfection. Faith does not require complete understanding. And rest does not require a perfect life. Perhaps you have believed that you can only rest when everything around you is settled. But if that were true, you might never rest. Life is rarely completely settled. There is almost always something. Another bill, another responsibility, another concern, another decision, another relationship that needs attention, another uncertainty waiting beyond the horizon. If peace depends upon the absence of problems, peace will always be temporary. But if peace is rooted in the presence of God, then peace can exist even while problems remain. That does not mean the problems become pleasant. It means they no longer have to determine the condition of your soul, and that is a very different kind of freedom. Imagine standing beside a large river. The water is moving quickly, but the ground beneath you remains steady. The river changes from moment to moment. Its surface moves, its reflections change, its currents rise and fall, but the ground beneath your feet does not move with every wave. Your circumstances can be like that river. They change. Your emotions can change. Other people's opinions can change. Your financial situation can change. Your plans can change. Your opportunities can change. But God does not have to move every time the river moves. He remains. And when your life is anchored in Him, you can experience movement around you without being completely swept away by it. That is why faith is not the promise that you will never feel overwhelmed. Faith is learning where to anchor when you are overwhelmed. Perhaps tonight you feel overwhelmed. Then anchor yourself in what is true. God has not changed. His character has not changed. His mercy has not changed. His faithfulness has not changed. Your inability to see the future does not mean that God cannot see it. Your inability to understand the present does not mean that God does not understand it. Your inability to control the outcome does not mean that the outcome is outside His knowledge. And your inability to feel peaceful does not mean that God's peace is unavailable. Sometimes peace begins as a decision before it becomes a feeling. You choose to stop rehearsing the fear. You choose to stop feeding the imagined disaster. You choose to stop returning to the same conversation. You choose to stop punishing yourself for what happened. You choose to place the situation before God again. And then you rest. The feelings may follow slowly. That is okay. You do not have to force yourself into emotional perfection. Faithfulness can be quiet. Sometimes it looks like a dramatic act of courage. Sometimes it looks like getting out of bed and doing what needs to be done. And sometimes it looks like closing your eyes and saying, "Father, I trust you with this." That sentence may be one of the most difficult sentences a human heart can speak when the future feels uncertain. But it can also become one of the most liberating. I trust you with this, not because you understand, not because you like the circumstances, not because you know how the story will end, because you know the one who holds the story. That is the difference between trusting an outcome and trusting God. An outcome can disappoint you. A plan can fail. A person can change their mind. A door can close. A dream can collapse. But God's faithfulness is not dependent upon your preferred outcome. He remains worthy of trust, even when his answer looks different from what you expected. This is difficult faith. It is also mature faith. It is the kind of faith that can survive disappointment because it is not built entirely upon getting what it wants. And perhaps that is where some of us need to grow. We have prayed, "God, give me this." But maybe the deeper prayer is, "God, whatever you give or withhold, do not let me lose you in the process." That prayer changes the center of our lives. It moves our confidence away from circumstances and toward relationship. It allows us to receive blessings without worshiping them. It allows us to experience disappointment without concluding that God has abandoned us. It allows us to wait without becoming consumed by waiting, and it allows us to sleep. Because if God is your deepest security, you do not have to make tomorrow secure before you go to bed. You can leave some uncertainty unresolved. You can let some questions remain open. You can trust that God is not confused simply because you are confused. That may be difficult to remember when the night feels long, but perhaps the darkness itself can become a reminder. You cannot see everything in the dark. That does not mean nothing is there. You simply cannot see it yet. Faith often works in a similar way. There are realities you cannot presently see. There are things God may be doing that you cannot recognize. There are pieces of the story that have not yet come into view, and your inability to see them does not mean that God is absent. Darkness limits your vision. It does not limit God's presence. Let that truth settle gently into your mind. You may not see the way forward. God does. You may not understand why the door closed. God does. You may not know what will happen to the person you love. God does. You may not know how the financial burden will be resolved. God does. You may not know how your story will unfold. God does. And because God knows, you can release the demand to know everything tonight. Perhaps that is what your heart has been waiting to hear. You can stop. You can breathe. You can rest. You do not have to solve the entire story before you sleep. The chapter you are living right now is not the whole book. A painful season is not necessarily the conclusion. An unanswered prayer is not necessarily a forgotten prayer. A closed door is not necessarily the end of your calling. A disappointing day is not the definition of your life, and a difficult night is not evidence that tomorrow will be hopeless. There is still a God who works beyond what you can see. there is still grace for the morning. There is still mercy waiting for you when you wake. There is still purpose beyond what you currently understand. And there is still room for God to surprise you with His faithfulness. So tonight, do not demand certainty. Ask for trust. Do not demand that every question disappear. Ask for peace in the presence of the questions. Do not demand that every difficult person change. Ask God to change what needs to be changed within you, while trusting Him with what belongs to others. Do not demand that the future become completely predictable. Ask for grace to meet it one day at a time. That is enough, more than enough. And perhaps the reason David can finally lie down is that he has stopped making his own vigilance the foundation of his safety. He is not saying that danger is impossible. He is saying that God is greater than danger. He is not saying that trouble cannot come. He is saying that trouble does not have the authority to separate him from God. He is not saying that tomorrow will be easy. He is saying that God will remain God tomorrow. That is a confidence worth carrying into sleep. Perhaps you can now imagine placing the entire night into God's hands. The room becomes quiet. The light is low. The world outside continues moving. But you are no longer required to follow every movement. Cars may still pass. Someone may still be awake somewhere. The wind may move through the trees. The city may continue its restless rhythm. But you can remain still. You can let the world continue without you for a few hours. You do not have to monitor it. You do not have to fix it. You do not have to keep up with it. God does not stop being God when you stop working. God does not stop caring when you stop thinking. God does not stop watching when you close your eyes. You can sleep, and perhaps there is a deep spiritual lesson hidden inside that simple act. Sleep reminds us that the world can continue without our constant control. It reminds us that our value is not measured by productivity. It reminds us that God can sustain what we cannot. It reminds us that life is larger than our ability to manage it. And it reminds us that surrender is not weakness. Surrender is trust placed into action. So tonight, let your surrender become practical. Put down the phone. Release the conversation. Stop checking. Stop calculating. Stop replaying. Stop predicting. Let tomorrow remain where it belongs. Tomorrow. And let tonight remain what it was always meant to be. A place of rest. A place where the exhausted heart can remember that it is held. A place where the mind can finally stop defending itself. A place where you do not need to prove anything. A place where you can simply breathe. Father, watch over this night. Watch over this room. Watch over this home. Watch over the people we love. Watch over the things we cannot see. And while we sleep, continue the work that we cannot do. Where there is something we need to understand, teach us in your time. Where there is something we need to release, loosen our grip. Where there is something we need to repair tomorrow, give us wisdom. Where there is something we need to leave behind, give us courage. Where there is something we need to wait for, give us patience. And where there is nothing we can do, give us the humility to rest. Let your presence be enough for this night. Let your mercy cover the mistakes of today. Let your faithfulness hold the uncertainty of tomorrow. Let your love remind us that our identity is not determined by our achievements, our failures, our possessions, our relationships, or the opinions of other people. Our lives are held by you. And because they are held by you, we do not have to hold everything ourselves. Perhaps this is the final burden you can release tonight. The burden of having to hold yourself together. You have been strong enough for long enough. You have carried responsibilities. You have made decisions. You have tried to protect people. You have tried to understand. You have tried to plan. You have tried to keep everything from falling apart. But you were never promised that you would be able to hold everything together. You were promised something better. You were promised that God would be with you. And sometimes, His presence is more important than His explanation. Sometimes His faithfulness is more important than the outcome we wanted. Sometimes His hand is more comforting than the map we were asking for. So let your heart rest in His hand tonight. You do not need to know where the road leads. You only need to know who walks with you. And as you drift toward sleep, remember one final truth from this journey through Psalm 4. You can release what you cannot control because the hands of God are stronger than the hands of fear. Let that thought remain with you. You are not required to stay awake to protect yourself. You are not required to solve tomorrow. You are not required to understand every silence. You are not required to predict every possibility. You are not required to carry everyone you love. You are not required to fix everything tonight. You can rest. God is still present. God is still faithful. God is still watching. And when your eyes finally close, the world does not fall apart because you are sleeping. The one who holds the world is still awake. So let yourself rest now. Let your breathing become gentle. Let your thoughts slow. Let the weight of the day fall away. And if another thought comes, you do not have to fight it. Simply return to this truth. God is here. God is holding you. And you are safe to rest in His presence. The night is not empty. The darkness is not abandonment. The silence is not proof that God has disappeared. Sometimes the quietest moments are where trust becomes deepest. So lie down. Let the pillow receive the weight of your head. Let the bed support the weight of your body. Let God carry the weight of your heart. You have carried enough for today. The rest can wait until morning. And morning will come when it comes. When it does, grace will be there. But for now, there is nothing you need to prove. There is nowhere you need to go. There is nothing you need to accomplish. There is only this quiet moment, this breath, this room, this God, and this invitation to rest. You do not have to keep watch over the night. When the God who keeps watch over you never sleeps. So close your eyes when you are ready. Let the day end. Let the future wait. Let your heart become quiet and rest. Because you are not holding yourself together tonight. God is. Eventually, every night gives way to morning. No matter how long the darkness seems, there is a moment when the first light begins to appear. when the room slowly becomes visible again, and when the world that seemed so distant during the night begins to return. But before that happens, there is something worth remembering. You do not need to know what tomorrow will look like in order to trust God with tomorrow. That may be one of the hardest lessons for a restless heart to learn. We want to see the whole road before we take the next step. We want to know whether the decision will work, whether the relationship will survive, whether the opportunity will come, whether the financial situation will improve, whether the prayer will be answered, whether the person we love will change, and whether the future we have imagined will actually become reality. We want certainty because certainty feels like safety, but Scripture repeatedly leads us towards something deeper than certainty: trust. Certainty says, I know what will happen. Trust says, I do not know what will happen, but I know who holds what happens. That difference may seem small, but it changes the entire way we approach life. Because if your peace depends upon knowing the outcome, you will always be vulnerable to anxiety. There will always be something you cannot predict. There will always be information you do not have. There will always be decisions other people can make without asking you. There will always be circumstances beyond your control. There will always be a tomorrow that has not yet revealed itself. But if your peace is rooted in God's character, then uncertainty does not have to destroy you. You can walk into a future you cannot see because you know the one who sees it. And perhaps that is where Psalm 4 quietly leaves us. David does not receive a complete explanation of his circumstances. He receives something more important. He remembers who God is. That remembrance becomes enough to let him lie down. And perhaps when you wake up tomorrow, the circumstances that troubled you tonight may still be there. The unanswered question may still be unanswered. The difficult conversation may still need to happen. The financial concern may still require attention. The relationship may still be complicated. The decision may still be waiting. But you will not be the same person who went to sleep tonight, because you will have practiced something important. You will have practiced surrender, and surrender repeated over time changes the architecture of the heart. The first time you release something to God, it may feel frightening. You may release it and then immediately take it back. You may pray, God, I trust you, and 5 minutes later begin worrying again. That does not mean your prayer was false. It means you are learning. Trust is often less like flipping a switch and more like opening your hand again and again. You release. You remember. You release again. You remember again. And slowly something changes. The thing that once controlled your thoughts begins to lose its authority. The problem remains real, but it no longer occupies every corner of your mind. The uncertainty remains, but it no longer feels like an immediate threat. The future remains unknown, but it no longer feels completely unprotected, because you have begun to understand that God does not need you to see the entire future in order to lead you through it. That is faith. And perhaps tonight has been another small step in that direction. You may not feel dramatically different. You may not suddenly experience some overwhelming emotional transformation. That is not necessary. Sometimes spiritual growth happens quietly. Sometimes it looks like one less anxious thought. Sometimes it looks like refusing to replay an old conversation. Sometimes it looks like choosing not to send the message you would regret in the morning. Sometimes it looks like forgiving a little more than you could yesterday. Sometimes it looks like sleeping instead of worrying. Sometimes it looks like waking up and saying, "God, I still do not understand, but I am still here with you." Those quiet decisions matter. They shape the person you are becoming. And perhaps this is something worth remembering when you wake tomorrow. Do not measure God's faithfulness only by whether your circumstances changed overnight. Sometimes the miracle is not that the situation changed. Sometimes the miracle is that your heart became strong enough to face the situation without being destroyed by it. Sometimes God changes the circumstances. Sometimes He changes us within the circumstances. Sometimes He removes the storm. Sometimes He teaches us how to stand while the storm is still passing. And sometimes we do not recognize what He has done until much later. There are seasons in life that only make sense when you look backward. While you are inside them, everything feels fragmented. One disappointment seems unrelated to another. One closed door feels like a disaster. One delay feels like wasted time. One unanswered prayer feels like silence. But years later, you may look back and realize that God was doing something you could not see at the time. You may discover that the door you desperately wanted opened would have led somewhere you were not prepared to go. You may discover that the relationship you begged God to preserve would have continued hurting you. You may discover that the delay protected something you could not yet understand. You may discover that the season you thought was destroying you was actually teaching you how to trust. We cannot always know those things while we are living through them. That is why trust matters. If you had to understand everything before you trusted God, you would never truly trust Him. Understanding gives you an explanation. Trust gives you a relationship in the absence of complete explanation. And perhaps God is not asking you to understand the whole story tonight. Perhaps He is simply asking you to remain close to Him while the story unfolds. That is enough. The Bible is filled with people who walked with God without knowing the whole road ahead. Abraham left without knowing every detail of where he was going. Moses stood before the Red Sea without knowing how the impossible situation would unfold. Joshua entered unfamiliar territory with promises that required faith. David spent years waiting for promises that did not arrive according to his preferred timeline. Mary received a calling that would change her life without being given every detail of what it would cost. The disciples followed Jesus without understanding the full meaning of the road that lay before them again and again. Scripture shows us that faith is not having complete information. Faith is responding to the God who has given you enough reason to trust Him. And perhaps you have enough tonight. You may not have every answer, but you have another day. You have breath. You have God's promises. You have the testimony of His faithfulness. You have the ability to pray. You have the invitation to surrender. And you have the freedom to rest. Sometimes we overlook how significant that is. We think that because we do not have everything we want, we have nothing. But gratitude teaches us to notice what is already here. The breath entering your lungs, the quiet around you, the ability to close your eyes, the bed beneath you, the possibility of another morning, the people you love, the memories that remind you that life has contained beauty as well as pain, the moments when God carried you before, the prayers He has answered, the prayers He answered differently than expected, the doors He opened, the doors He closed, the times you thought you would not make it through, yet somehow you did. All of these can become reminders. God has been faithful before, and the God who was faithful then has not become less faithful now. Perhaps you need to remember that tonight. Think back to a time when you were certain that you could not survive a particular season. Maybe you thought the pain would never end. Maybe you thought the disappointment would define you forever. Maybe you thought you would never recover from what happened. Yet here you are. The fact that you are listening right now means that you have already survived things you once believed would destroy you. That does not mean every future difficulty will be easy. It means you have evidence that your present fear does not have the authority to predict your entire future. Fear often speaks in absolutes. Nothing will ever change. I will always feel this way. This will never work. I will never recover. There is no way forward. But fear does not know the future. Only God does. So do not let fear speak with an authority it does not possess. You can acknowledge fear without obeying it. You can hear anxiety without treating it as prophecy. You can recognize uncertainty without allowing uncertainty to become hopelessness. And you can go to sleep without knowing how everything will work out. That is what David's example gives us. He does not conquer the future. He entrusts it to God. Perhaps that is what your heart needs to do as well. You do not have to conquer tomorrow. Tomorrow is not your enemy. Tomorrow is simply the next part of the journey, and God will be there. When the sun rises, you will still have things to do. There will be responsibilities waiting. There may be difficult conversations. There may be decisions. There may be problems. There may also be unexpected gifts, a kind word, a beautiful morning, a message you did not expect, a door opening, a moment of laughter, a small answer to prayer, a quiet reminder that life is still capable of surprising you. You do not know which of those things tomorrow contains, and that is okay. You do not need to know. Perhaps there is even something beautiful about not knowing. If you knew every detail of your future, you would have no need for trust. You would simply follow the schedule. But faith allows you to walk into an unwritten morning with confidence that you are not walking alone. That is a different kind of courage, not the courage of someone who knows everything will work out exactly as planned. The courage of someone who says, "Whatever tomorrow brings, I will meet it with God." That is enough. And perhaps when morning comes, you can carry one sentence from Psalm 4 with you. The Lord is your safety, not your savings account, not your reputation, not your perfect plan, not another person's approval, not your ability to predict every possible outcome. Your security ultimately rests in Him. That does not mean you ignore practical wisdom. It does not mean you stop planning. It does not mean you stop working. It does not mean you refuse to take responsibility. It means you do those things without making them your ultimate source of security. You plan, but you trust God. You work, but you trust God. You save, but you trust God. You love, but you trust God. You make decisions, but you trust God. You prepare for the future, but you trust God. You do what is yours to do, and then you release what is beyond you. That balance is difficult, but it is where peace grows. There is another kind of freedom that comes when you stop believing that everything depends upon you. You begin to realize that you can make mistakes and still be loved. You can fail and still have a future. You can disappoint someone and still have worth. You can lose something and still have God. You can enter an uncertain season without becoming an uncertain person. Your circumstances do not have to determine your identity, and that may be one of the deepest forms of spiritual maturity. When your identity is rooted in God, you become less fragile. Praise does not inflate you as easily. Criticism does not destroy you as easily. Success does not become your God. Failure does not become your identity. Rejection does not become your final verdict. You become more stable because your foundation is no longer shifting with every external event. That is the kind of person David is becoming throughout this psalm. Not a person without problems. A person whose problems no longer determine the entire condition of his heart. And perhaps that is what God is forming in you too. Maybe this season is not simply about getting through something. Maybe it is about becoming someone who trusts more deeply, someone who does not panic as quickly, someone who can release what cannot be controlled, someone who can sleep while questions remain unanswered, someone who can love without possessing, someone who can forgive without denying truth, someone who can wait without becoming bitter, someone who can receive blessings without making them idols, someone who can face uncertainty without surrendering hope. That kind of character is valuable, and it is rarely formed during easy seasons. Pressure reveals what is underneath. Waiting reveals what we actually believe. Loss reveals where our security was placed. Silence reveals what we do when God does not answer according to our timetable. And sometimes the very thing we wanted God to remove becomes the place where He teaches us something we could not have learned otherwise. This does not mean that suffering is automatically good. It means God is capable of bringing good even from places we would never have chosen. That distinction matters. We do not have to call pain good in order to believe God can redeem it. We do not have to celebrate the wound in order to believe healing can emerge from it. We do not have to pretend the loss was a blessing in disguise. We can simply trust that God is not finished writing the story. And perhaps that is enough hope for tonight. The story is not finished. Your life is not finished. This chapter is not the whole book. This night is not the whole story. So rest. Let tonight be only tonight. You do not need to make it mean more than it does. You do not need to decide your entire future from the emotions you feel at midnight. Nighttime can exaggerate problems. Fatigue can make tomorrow look darker than it really is. Loneliness can make temporary situations feel permanent. Anxiety can turn possibilities into certainties. So do not make permanent conclusions from temporary exhaustion. That is worth remembering. Never let a tired mind write the final chapter of your life. Morning brings perspective. Rest brings clarity. Prayer creates space between emotion and reaction. And sometimes after you sleep, the problem will look different. Not necessarily because the problem changed. Because you did, you will have rested. You will have stepped away from the emotional intensity. You will have remembered that you are not alone, and perhaps you will be able to respond rather than react. That is one of the gifts of rest. It gives the heart room to become wise again. So, if you are still awake, do not become frustrated with yourself. You are not failing because sleep has not arrived yet. Simply continue releasing. You do not have to force sleep. You can simply rest. There is a difference. Rest can begin before sleep. You can lie still. You can breathe. You can allow your body to soften. You can let your thoughts pass without chasing them. You can remember God, and eventually, perhaps sleep will come naturally. But even before sleep comes, you can already be resting in Him. That is important, because peace is not something you have to earn by falling asleep quickly. God is present while you are awake too. If you need to cry, cry. If you need to pray, pray. If you need to breathe slowly, breathe. If you need to remain quiet, remain quiet. There is no spiritual performance required here. You are simply with God, and perhaps that is enough. Father, when morning comes, let us remember what we learned tonight. Let us remember that you are not asking us to know everything. Let us remember that. You are not asking us to control everything. Let us remember that you are not asking us to carry everything. Let us remember that you are asking us to trust you. When we wake, help us take the next step without demanding to see the entire road. When anxiety returns, remind us that anxiety is not prophecy. When fear speaks, remind us that fear is not Lord. When disappointment comes, remind us that disappointment is not the end of the story. When someone hurts us, remind us that their actions do not determine our identity. When we succeed, remind us to remain humble. When we fail, remind us that failure does not erase grace. When we are praised, keep our hearts grounded. When we are criticized, keep our hearts secure. When we receive, teach us gratitude. When we lose, teach us trust. When we wait, teach us patience. When we do not understand, teach us faith. And when we become tired again, remind us that rest is not weakness. It is an acknowledgement that you are God and we are not. Perhaps that is the most peaceful place a human heart can reach. Not the place where we finally control everything. The place where we finally stop needing to, because God is enough. His presence is enough. His mercy is enough. His grace is enough. His wisdom is enough. His faithfulness is enough. And even when we do not understand His ways, we can trust His character. That is the foundation beneath Psalm 4. David does not know everything. He knows God. And sometimes knowing God is what allows us to live without knowing everything else. So as the night continues, let your heart become quiet again. If you have been listening with your eyes closed, keep them closed. If you are still awake, let that be okay. There is nowhere you need to rush. The night is not demanding anything from you. God is not demanding anything from you. You have permission to simply exist in this moment. Breathe, rest. Remember, God is here. The day is finished. You have done enough. What remains can wait. What you cannot control can be surrendered. What you cannot understand can remain a mystery. What you cannot fix can be placed into God's hands. And what you fear may happen tomorrow does not need to happen in your mind tonight. Let tomorrow arrive in God's timing. Let morning bring what morning will bring. You will meet it then. And when you do, you will not meet it alone. God will already be there. So sleep when sleep comes. Rest while you wait. And let your final thought tonight be something simple enough for a tired heart to remember. I do not know what tomorrow holds, but I know who holds tomorrow. That is enough, more than enough. And now let the night continue quietly. Let the room become still. Let your breathing become slow and natural. Let your body become heavy. Let the thoughts that once demanded your attention become distant. You do not have to chase them away. Simply stop following them. Return to God. Return to His presence. Return to the truth that you are held. And if your mind wanders again, gently return. God is here. You are not alone. You do not have to solve anything tonight. You do not have to carry tomorrow tonight. You do not have to remain awake to protect your future. The God who has carried you this far is not going to stop being faithful while you sleep. So let yourself rest. And when morning comes, may you rise with a quieter heart, a clearer mind, and a deeper confidence that whatever waits beyond the horizon, the presence of God will meet you there, because the night belongs to Him. The morning belongs to Him. Your unanswered questions belong to Him. Your future belongs to Him, and you belong to Him. So sleep in peace, not because life is perfect, not because every problem has disappeared, not because every prayer has been answered. Sleep in peace because God is still God, and He is still with you tonight, tomorrow, and through every unknown road that lies beyond it. There are seasons when faith feels easy because the evidence seems to be everywhere. A prayer is answered, a door opens, a relationship is restored, a problem resolves at exactly the right moment. Something you have been waiting for finally arrives, and you look back and think, now I understand why God allowed me to wait. Those moments are beautiful, but they are not usually where faith is tested most deeply. Faith becomes different when the answer does not come. It becomes different when the door stays closed. It becomes different when you pray sincerely and the silence continues. It becomes different when you do everything you know to do. Yet, the outcome remains outside your control. And perhaps that is where some of you are tonight. You are not struggling because you do not believe in God. You are struggling because you believe in God, but you do not understand what He is doing. There is a difference. You can believe that God is real and still wonder why He has allowed something painful. You can love God and still feel disappointed. You can pray faithfully and still have questions. You can trust Him and still wish He had chosen a different path. Scripture does not require us to pretend otherwise. The Psalms themselves give us permission to speak honestly before God. David does not approach God as someone who has everything figured out. He approaches Him as someone who needs Him. That is why Psalm 4 begins with a cry for help. David is not presenting a polished spiritual performance. He is bringing the real condition of his heart into the presence of God. And perhaps that is exactly what God wants from you tonight. Not a performance, not religious language that hides your emotions, not an appearance of strength, truth. You can tell God, I do not understand. You can tell Him, I am afraid. You can tell Him, I am disappointed. You can tell Him, I thought things would be different by now. You can tell Him, I do not know what you are doing. And then you can remain with Him. That last part is important because sometimes we assume that if we admit our questions, we are somehow failing in faith. But there is a kind of questioning that moves you away from God, and there is another kind that brings you closer. The difference is not whether you have questions. The difference is where you take them. If you take your questions away from God, they can become accusations that slowly harden your heart. But if you bring your questions to God, they can become prayers. And prayer creates a place where uncertainty can exist without becoming hopelessness. You do not need every answer tonight. You need somewhere safe to place the questions. God can handle them. He is not threatened by your confusion. He is not frightened by your tears. He is not offended because you are tired. He is not surprised that you sometimes struggle to understand His ways. He already knows the entire story. And perhaps the greatest act of faith tonight is not saying, I understand. It is saying, I still trust you, even though I do not. That is a deeper sentence. It is easy to trust when the outcome agrees with your expectations. It is harder to trust when the outcome remains hidden. But hidden does not mean absent. That distinction is worth remembering. You cannot seize God's hand in every moment. That does not mean His hand is not there. You cannot understand His timing. That does not mean His timing is meaningless. You cannot see what He is doing in someone else's life. That does not mean He has stopped working. You cannot see the road ahead. That does not mean there is no road. There are many things in life that are real, even when they are invisible. You cannot see the wind, but you can see what it moves. You cannot see tomorrow, but tomorrow will come. You cannot see someone's thoughts, but you can know them through their words and actions. And you cannot always see God's activity, but you can remember His character. That may be the anchor you need tonight. When you cannot understand God's hand, remember God's heart. Remember His faithfulness. Remember His mercy. Remember His patience. Remember His holiness. Remember His love. Remember the ways He has carried you before, because circumstances can change quickly. But God's character does not change with the circumstances. A difficult day does not make God less faithful. A delayed answer does not make God less good. A closed door does not make God less loving. A painful season does not mean that God has abandoned you. Sometimes we interpret God's silence through the lens of our fear. We think, if God were really with me, this would not be happening. But Scripture gives us many examples of faithful people who experienced long seasons where God's purposes were not immediately visible. Joseph spent years in circumstances that seemed completely disconnected from the promises associated with his life. David spent years waiting. Israel spent years in wilderness. The dust experienced moments when they could not understand what Jesus was doing. And even at the cross, the disciples experienced a moment when everything they thought they understood seemed to collapse. Yet the story was not over. That is important, because one of the most dangerous things anxiety does is convince you that the current chapter is the final chapter. It tells you this is how it will always be. It tells you nothing will change. It tells you you have lost everything. It tells you there is no way forward. But anxiety does not know the ending. It only knows the present moment. God sees beyond it. So tonight, do not let your current chapter become your final conclusion. You may be in a difficult chapter, but you are not the author of the whole story. And that can be strangely comforting, because if you were responsible for writing every part of your future, the burden would be enormous. You would have to know every consequence. You would have to predict every person. You would have to prevent every disaster. You would have to guarantee every outcome. You would have to carry the responsibility for every detail. But you do not. You are responsible for faithfulness in the moment. God remains sovereign over the whole story. That is why you can sleep, not because you have control, because you have surrendered control to someone greater than yourself. There is a profound freedom in that surrender. It does not mean becoming passive. It does not mean refusing to act. It does not mean abandoning wisdom. It means doing what you can without pretending that everything depends on you. You can make the phone call tomorrow. You can have the conversation tomorrow. You can submit the application tomorrow. You can review the finances tomorrow. You can apologize tomorrow. You can make the decision tomorrow. But tonight, you can rest. And when tomorrow comes, you can do what belongs to tomorrow. This is how faith becomes practical. It gives you permission to live one day at a time. Not because tomorrow does not matter, because tomorrow matters too much to be lived prematurely. You cannot live tomorrow well if you spend all of tonight exhausted by it. You cannot bring your best wisdom to tomorrow if you destroy your peace tonight, trying to predict everything. Rest is not merely recovery for your body. Sometimes rest is preparation for obedience. Sometimes you need sleep so that you can face tomorrow with greater clarity, patience, and wisdom. Sometimes the most productive thing you can do is stop. And perhaps you have been measuring your worth by how much you can accomplish. Maybe you feel guilty when you rest. Maybe you believe that if you are not working, planning, worrying, or solving something, you are falling behind. But God never designed you to live as though you are permanently behind. There is a rhythm to creation, work and rest, day and night, activity and stillness, speaking and silence, planting and waiting. Even Jesus withdrew from crowds to quiet places. Rest is not the opposite of faithfulness. Sometimes rest is part of faithfulness. So tonight, do not feel guilty for stopping. You are not abandoning your responsibilities. You are acknowledging your limits, and your limits can become places where dependence on God grows. You have reached the edge of what you can do today. That is enough. The rest belongs to God. Perhaps there is something you have been trying to solve for months. You have analyzed every angle. You have asked everyone for advice. You have searched for information. You have replayed the past. You have imagined the future. You have prayed, and still there is no clear answer. Maybe the answer tonight is not another piece of information. Maybe the answer is trust. Maybe God is teaching you to remain faithful without having complete certainty. That is uncomfortable, but it is not meaningless. There is a kind of maturity that only develops when you have to walk without seeing the entire path. You learn that faith is not the elimination of uncertainty. It is the ability to remain anchored while uncertainty exists. You learn that peace does not require perfect circumstances. It requires a secure foundation. You learn that God can be trusted even when you do not understand His timing. And perhaps most importantly, you learn that your relationship with God does not have to depend upon getting the answer you wanted. That is where faith becomes deeper than a transaction. A transactional faith says, God, if you give me what I want, I will trust you. A mature faith says, God, I want this deeply, but I want you more. That is a difficult prayer, but it is also a freeing one, because when you stop making a specific outcome the condition for your peace, you become less vulnerable to fear. You can still hope. You can still ask. You can still pray boldly. You can still believe that God can change the situation. But you no longer make your emotional survival depend upon one particular answer. You can say, Father, this is what I desire. And then say, but I trust you with the outcome. That is not resignation. It is relationship. You are not saying that you do not care. You are saying that your care does not have to become control. And perhaps this is where some of the deepest peace begins. You can care deeply without carrying everything. You can love deeply without controlling. You can hope deeply without demanding. You can pray deeply without manipulating God. You can wait deeply without becoming consumed. And you can sleep deeply without knowing exactly what tomorrow holds, because your confidence is no longer placed in your ability to predict. It is placed in God's faithfulness. Perhaps tonight there is a prayer you have almost stopped praying because you are tired of waiting. Maybe you have prayed for years. Maybe you have asked God for the same thing repeatedly. Maybe you have become afraid to hope because disappointment hurts. If that is you, remember that you do not have to choose between honesty and hope. You can say, God, I am tired of waiting. You can say, I do not know how much longer I can carry this. You can say, I am afraid to hope again, and then remain before Him. God does not require you to manufacture optimism. He asks you to trust Him. There is a difference. Optimism says, everything will definitely work out exactly as I want. Faith says, whatever happens, God will remain faithful. The second is stronger because it can survive reality. It can survive disappointment. It can survive delay. It can survive unanswered questions. It can survive the nights when the answer does not come. And it can survive the mornings when you still have to get up and keep going. That is the kind of faith Psalm 4 invites us toward. A faith strong enough to sleep. A faith strong enough to wait. A faith strong enough to be honest. A faith strong enough to surrender. And perhaps tonight, you do not need a dramatic increase in faith. Maybe you simply need to use the faith you already have, even if it feels small, even if all you can say is, God, help me. That is prayer. Even if all you can say is, I do not understand. That is honesty. Even if all you can say is, I am still here. That can be faith. You do not have to produce beautiful words. God listens to the heart beneath the words. So, if your heart is tired tonight, let it be tired in God's presence. If your faith feels weak, let it be weak in God's presence. If your hope feels small, bring the small hope. A small flame is still light, and God can work with what you bring. Perhaps the most important thing is simply that you keep bringing it. Keep bringing the fear. Keep bringing the questions. Keep bringing the disappointment. Keep bringing the hope. Keep bringing the prayers. Keep bringing yourself. Because relationship with God is not built only through moments when you feel strong. Sometimes it is built most deeply through the moments when you come empty-handed. And perhaps that is what tonight is, an empty-handed night. You do not have another solution. You do not have another strategy. You do not have another argument. You do not have another way to control the outcome. So you come to God and you say, here I am. That is all I have tonight. Here is my fear. Here is my confusion. Here is my exhaustion. Here is my unanswered prayer. Here is my future. Here is my heart. And perhaps God is not asking for anything more There is a beautiful simplicity in surrender. You do not have to understand God's plan before placing your life in His hands. You only have to trust His character. And when you cannot understand His hand, remember His heart. Remember the God who has been faithful before. Remember the mercy that has met you in previous seasons. Remember the moments when you thought you would never make it through, yet somehow you did. Remember that your story has already contained chapters you could not have written yourself. Remember that you are not finished. Remember that God is not finished. And remember that tomorrow has not been written from your perspective yet. So do not fear a future you have not entered. You will receive the grace for tomorrow when tomorrow arrives, not tonight. Tomorrow. There is grace for this moment. There will be grace for the next one. You do not have to collect tomorrow's grace tonight. You only need today's. And tonight, today's grace may look like sleep. It may look like quiet. It may look like surrender. It may look like finally saying, God, I cannot carry this anymore. Then let Him carry it. You do not need to take it back 5 minutes later. And if you do, release it again. If you wake during the night and the worry returns, release it again. If the thought comes back tomorrow morning, release it again. Trust is sometimes practiced repeatedly. The hand opens, the hand closes, the hand opens again. Over time, you learn to leave the burden in God's hands longer. And eventually, what once controlled your entire night may no longer control your entire day. That is growth. Quiet growth. Slow growth. Real growth. So tonight, let this be enough. You do not need to feel completely peaceful. You only need to stop fighting for a moment. You do not need to know exactly what God is doing. You only need to remember who He is. You do not need to know how everything will end. You only need to trust the one who sees the ending. You do not need to protect every possibility. You only need to be faithful with what is in front of you. And right now, what is in front of you is rest. So rest. Let your mind become quiet. Let your breathing slow. Let the questions remain questions. Let the future remain the future. Let God remain God. And let yourself be human. There is no shame in needing rest. There is no shame in needing help. There is no shame in needing God. Perhaps you have spent your entire life trying to become strong enough that you never need anyone. But Christianity does not lead us toward radical self-sufficiency. It leads us toward dependence upon God. The strongest heart is not necessarily the heart that never breaks. Sometimes it is the heart that knows where to go when it breaks. The strongest person is not necessarily the person who carries everything. Sometimes it is the person who knows what to surrender, and the deepest peace does not necessarily belong to the person whose life is easiest. It belongs to the person who knows where their life is anchored. So tonight, anchor yourself again, not in tomorrow, not in circumstances, not in other people's opinions, not in your ability to predict, not in your ability to control. Anchor yourself in God. And when your thoughts ask, "What if?" answer with, "God is still here. When your mind asks, "What will happen?" answer with, "I will meet tomorrow when it comes." When fear asks, "What if everything goes wrong?" answer with, "God will still be God." When regret says, "You ruined everything," answer with, "Grace is not finished." When loneliness says, "You are alone," answers with, "God is with me." When uncertainty says, "You are unsafe," answer with, "My security is not ultimately in circumstances." And when exhaustion says, "You have to keep going," answer with permission to rest. Because sometimes the most courageous thing you can say to your own anxious mind is, "You have done enough for today." Let that sentence settle. You have done enough for today. You can stop. You can rest. You can sleep. The future will still be there tomorrow. And when you wake, God will still be there too. That is the promise you can carry into the darkness. Not that nothing will ever hurt. Not that every prayer will be answered immediately. Not that every plan will succeed. Not that tomorrow will be easy. But that you will never walk through your story outside the presence of God. And perhaps that is enough to close your eyes. Enough to release the final thought. Enough to stop searching for another answer. Enough to breathe. Enough to rest. So tonight, when you cannot see God's hand, trust His heart. When you cannot understand His timing, trust His character. When you cannot predict tomorrow, trust His presence. When you cannot carry the burden, release it. And when you finally fall asleep, remember that God does not need you awake to remain faithful. He will still be there when morning comes. He will still be God, and you will still be held. Sometimes, faith is not seeing where God is taking you. Sometimes faith is resting because you know He will not stop walking with you. So let the night become quiet again. Let the room become still. Let your breathing slow. Let your body become heavy. Let the thoughts pass. You do not have to follow them. You can remain here with God in this moment, under His care, and when sleep comes, receive it as a gift, not an escape from life, a pause from carrying it, because tomorrow will have its own responsibilities. But tonight belongs to rest, and your Father is awake, so you can sleep. There is a moment, somewhere between wakefulness and sleep, when the mind begins to loosen its grip on the day. The thoughts that seemed so urgent a few minutes ago begin to lose their sharpness. The room becomes quieter. Your breathing becomes slower. The weight in your body begins to settle into the bed beneath you. And for a brief moment, you realize something you may have forgotten during the day. You were never meant to carry your entire life at once. You were meant to live one moment at a time, one breath at a time, one day at a time. And tonight, you do not have to carry tomorrow. You only need to rest in this moment. Psalm 4 has brought us repeatedly back to that simple truth. David's world was not perfectly peaceful when he wrote these words. His confidence did not come from living in circumstances that made anxiety impossible. His confidence came from knowing that God was greater than the circumstances surrounding him. That distinction is important because there will always be nights when the world around you is not peaceful. There will be nights when you receive difficult news. There will be nights when someone you love is far away. There will be nights when you have made a decision and do not know whether it was the right one. There will be nights when money is uncertain, relationships are complicated, work is overwhelming, and the future seems impossible to predict. And there may be nights when nothing specific is wrong, yet your heart still feels restless. You may not even know why. You simply feel unsettled. Your body is tired, but your mind refuses to become quiet. Your eyes want to close, but your thoughts continue moving. In those moments, you do not need to condemn yourself. You do not need to become frustrated. Because you are not peaceful enough, you do not need to force your mind into silence. Instead, you can gently return to the truth. God is here. That is where we return, again and again. Not because the sentence is complicated, because it is foundational. God is here. He is here when you understand. He is here when you do not understand. He is here when you feel strong. He is here when you feel exhausted. He is here when you feel close to Him. He is here when prayer feels difficult. He is here when you know what to do. He is here when you have no idea what to do. His presence is not controlled by your emotional state, and perhaps that is one of the greatest comforts available to a tired heart. You do not have to create God's presence. You do not have to earn it. You do not have to feel it strongly enough for it to become real. God is not present because you are having a good spiritual night. God is present because He is God. That means you can come exactly as you are. If you are peaceful, come. If you are anxious, come. If you are grateful, come. If you are disappointed, come. If you are angry, come. If you are confused, come. If you are tired, come. There is room for all of it in the presence of God. Perhaps you have spent years believing that you need to clean up your thoughts before you approach Him. Maybe you think you have to stop being afraid before you can pray. Maybe you think you have to become calm before God will listen. But the Psalms show us something different. David brings the unrest itself. He brings the anger. He brings the fear. He brings the questions. He brings the longing. And somewhere in the process of bringing those things to God, his heart begins to change. That may happen for you too. Not instantly, not mechanically, but gradually. The prayer becomes the place where anxiety loses some of its power. The presence of God becomes the place where your thoughts no longer have to dominate you, and surrender becomes the doorway through which peace enters. Perhaps tonight you have been carrying a question that has no answers yet. Do not be afraid of the unanswered question. An unanswered question is not necessarily a bad answer. Sometimes it simply means that the story is still unfolding. You are living in the middle of something, and the middle of a story is often the least informative place to judge the ending. Imagine reading a book and stopping halfway through. You could look at the characters and conclude that nothing will ever change. You could see the conflict and assume there will be no resolution. You could see the loss and believe the story has become meaningless. But you would not know. You have not reached the final pages. Life is often like that. We see a chapter. God sees the whole story. We see today. God sees eternity. We see the closed door. God sees what lies beyond it. We see the loss. God sees what can still grow from it. We see the waiting. God sees the purpose that may be forming within it. That does not make every painful chapter easy, but it gives us a reason not to declare the entire story hopeless, simply because the current chapter hurts. The middle of the story can feel like the end when you cannot see what comes next. So tonight, do not write the ending from the middle. Let God continue writing. You can rest while He does. There is another burden that many people carry into the night. The burden of comparison. Perhaps you look at other people's lives and wonder why theirs seems easier. Someone else appears to have the relationship you wanted. Someone else has the career you hoped for. Someone else seems financially secure. Someone else has a family that appears peaceful. Someone else seems to know exactly where they are going. And you look at your own life and wonder why your path feels so uncertain. Comparison can turn someone else's blessing into evidence against your own life, but you rarely see the entire story of another person. You see what is visible. God sees what is hidden. You see their victories. You may not see their fears. You see their confidence. You may not see their private struggles. You see the photograph. You do not see the entire life behind it. So tonight, release comparison. You do not need to live someone else's story. You have been given your own, and your calling is not to become another person. It is to faithfully become who God has created you to be. There will be seasons when another person's life seems ahead of yours. There will be seasons when you feel behind. But life with God is not a race against everyone around you. It is a journey of faithfulness. The question is not, am I ahead of them? The question is, am I walking faithfully with God today? That is enough. Perhaps you need to hear that tonight, because comparison has been stealing your sleep. You have been measuring your life against someone else's timeline. You think you should have accomplished more by now. You think you should have found the answer by now. You think you should have achieved certain things by now. You think you should be further ahead. But God's timing is not measured by the calendar you created for yourself. Some things take longer than you expected. Some seasons last longer than you wanted. Some growth happens so slowly that you cannot see it until you look backward. Do not despise slow growth. A tree does not become strong by growing quickly for 1 week. Roots deepen quietly. Strength develops underground. And much of what God does in a human heart is invisible for a long time before its fruit becomes visible. Perhaps you are growing even now. Perhaps your ability to surrender tonight is evidence of growth. Perhaps the fact that you are turning toward God instead of running away is evidence of growth. Perhaps the fact that you can say, I do not understand, but I still trust you, is evidence that something inside you is changing. Do not overlook that. Not all spiritual progress feels dramatic. Sometimes maturity sounds like a quieter response to the same problem that once destroyed your peace. The problem returns, but you respond differently. You pray sooner. You panic less. You forgive faster. You stop chasing control. You remember God. That is growth. And perhaps tonight, you are practicing that growth again. There may also be someone listening who feels guilty for being tired. You have responsibilities. People depend on you. You have learned to be the strong one. When something goes wrong, people look to you. When someone needs help, you respond. When there is a crisis, you take responsibility. And perhaps you have become so accustomed to being strong that you no longer know how to be cared for. But even the strongest person needs rest. Even David needed rest. Even Jesus withdrew from crowds. Even the rhythms of creation include darkness and night. You were not designed to operate at maximum capacity indefinitely. Your body has limits. Your mind has limits. Your emotions have limits. And those limits are not embarrassing. They are reminders that you are human. Perhaps you need to stop treating your exhaustion as a moral failure. Being tired does not mean you are weak. Needing help does not mean you have failed. Resting does not mean you are lazy. Asking God to carry you does not mean your faith is insufficient. Sometimes, dependence is exactly what faith looks like. And there is something beautiful about the way sleep exposes our dependence. When you sleep, you stop managing your image. You stop managing your responsibilities. You stop managing your schedule. You stop managing the opinions of other people. For several hours, you simply become still. And while you are still, God remains active. That is humbling. It is also comforting. You do not have to keep the universe running. You do not have to keep your family safe through the force of your thoughts. You do not have to make tomorrow successful before tomorrow arrives. You do not have to hold every person you love in your mind all night. God is capable of caring for what you release. So release it, not because you do not care, because you trust Him enough to stop carrying it yourself. Perhaps there is someone specific you need to release tonight. You may have been carrying their name in your thoughts for hours. Maybe you are worried about them. Maybe you are angry with them. Maybe you miss them. Maybe you wish they would change. Maybe you wish they would come back. Maybe you wish they would apologize. Maybe you wish you could protect them from the consequences of their decisions. But you cannot control another person's heart. You can love them. You can pray for them. You can speak truth when the opportunity comes. You can establish healthy boundaries. You can forgive. You can remain faithful. But you cannot become God in their life. That burden belongs to God. So tonight, release them. Say quietly in your heart, Father, I love this person, but I cannot carry their life. Please watch over them. Please guide them. Please correct what needs to be corrected. Please protect what needs to be protected. And help me trust you with what I cannot control. Then let them go for the night. You can love someone tomorrow. You do not have to worry about them all night in order to prove that you love them. That is an important distinction. Love is not measured by how much anxiety you can endure. Sometimes love means trusting God enough to stop trying to control the outcome. The same is true of your family. You can pray for your children. You can teach them. You can guide them. You can provide for them. You can warn them. You can love them deeply, but you cannot live their lives for them. Eventually, every person must make choices, and God is able to reach people in ways you cannot. Perhaps that is a burden you need to release tonight. Your child's future, your spouse's future, your parents' future, your friend's future. You are not their savior. You can love them deeply while remembering that God loves them more completely than you ever could. That is not a reason to care less. It is a reason to stop being destroyed by what you cannot control. And perhaps the same truth applies to your own future. You are not required to save yourself from every possible outcome. You are called to walk faithfully. There is a difference between wisdom and fear. Wisdom prepares. Fear obsesses. Wisdom considers consequences. Fear imagines endless disasters. Wisdom makes a decision when enough information is available. Fear demands perfect certainty. Wisdom accepts limitations. Fear refuses to stop. Tonight, choose wisdom. You have considered enough. You have thought enough. You have carried enough. Now rest. And if tomorrow requires another decision, you will face it tomorrow. God will give you what you need for that moment. This is one of the quiet promises woven throughout Scripture. Grace is given for the journey as the journey unfolds. You do not receive tomorrow's strength before tomorrow. You receive what you need when you need it. That means you can stop trying to manufacture tomorrow's strength tonight. You do not need to become tomorrow's version of yourself before you go to sleep. Tonight, simply be who you are, a tired human being, a person loved by God, a person who does not know everything, a person who cannot control everything, a person who needs rest, a person who is still learning trust. That is enough. And perhaps God is not disappointed in that version of you. Perhaps He is inviting that version of you closer. The version that does not have all the answers. The version that finally admits, I need you. There is something sacred about that admission. Because pride says, I can handle this. Faith says, I need God. And when you say that, honestly, you are not becoming smaller. You are placing yourself in the right relationship with reality. God is God. You are not, and that is good news. Because if you were God, you would have to know everything. You would have to control everything. You would have to carry everything. You would never be allowed to rest. But you are not God. You are allowed to sleep. You are allowed to be limited. You are allowed to say, I do not know. You are allowed to say, I cannot. You are allowed to say, I need help. And you are allowed to trust the one who can. Perhaps that is the final burden that needs to fall away tonight. The burden of pretending that you are enough on your own. You were never meant to be enough on your own. You were meant to live in relationship with God. So rest there, not in your strength, in His, not in your certainty, in His faithfulness, not in your ability to control tomorrow, in His presence within it, not in your ability to understand every chapter, in the character of the author. And perhaps now, as the night becomes deeper, you can let the words become quieter inside you. God is here. God is faithful. God is watching. God is holding. You can rest. The thoughts do not need to disappear completely. They can become softer. The questions do not need to be answered. They can be entrusted. The future does not need to be known. It can be surrendered. The past does not need to be replayed. It can remain where it belongs. The present is enough. This moment is enough. God is enough. And if you find your mind wandering again, do not fight it. Simply return. God is here. You are safe to rest. You do not need to solve anything. You do not need to decide anything. You do not need to fix anything. You do not need to prove anything. You can simply breathe. And as you breathe, remember that every breath is another reminder that life is still being given to you. You did not manufacture the breath. You received it. You do not have to manufacture the next one either. Receive. That is the posture of rest. Receive the breath. Receive the quiet. Receive the night. Receive God's care. Receive the fact that you are not alone. Perhaps your heart has spent too much time producing and not enough time receiving. Producing solutions, producing answers, producing plans, producing strength, producing explanations. Tonight, produce nothing. Simply receive. Receive this mercy of God. Receive the gift of rest. Receive the reminder that your value does not depend upon productivity. Receive the truth that you are loved before you accomplish anything tomorrow. You do not have to earn God's love when you wake up. You do not have to become worthy of it. You already live within His invitation to grace. And when morning comes, you can begin again, not perfectly, again. That may be all you need, another beginning, another opportunity to respond differently, another chance to love, another chance to forgive, another chance to work, another chance to rest, another chance to trust. Life is full of beginnings, because God's mercy is not exhausted by yesterday. So do not let yesterday become the judge of tomorrow. You may have failed yesterday. You may have made mistakes. You may have missed opportunities. But tomorrow is not required to repeat yesterday. Grace allows new beginnings. And perhaps tonight is one, a quiet beginning. A decision to stop carrying what you were never meant to carry. A decision to trust God with what you cannot control. A decision to rest without guilt. A decision to wake tomorrow and take only the next step. That is enough. And perhaps someday, when you look back on this season, you will realize that these quiet nights were not wasted. You may remember how you once lay awake, trying to understand everything. You may remember how impossible the future seemed, and you may discover that God was teaching you something you could not have learned in a season of certainty. He was teaching you how to trust without seeing, how to rest without controlling, how to hope without demanding, how to love without possessing, how to wait without giving up, how to surrender without becoming passive, how to remain faithful without having every answer. Those lessons become part of who you are, And perhaps that is why this night matters. Not because tonight will solve your entire life, but because tonight gives you another opportunity to practice trust. So practice it now. Release one thing, then another, then another. You do not have to release everything emotionally at once. Just begin. God, I give you this. God, I give you that. God, I trust you with this person. God, I trust you with tomorrow. God, I trust you with my future. And finally, God, I trust you with me. That last surrender may be the deepest, because sometimes we trust God with circumstances more easily than we trust Him with ourselves. We want Him to fix the situation, but we do not want to feel the uncertainty while He does it. We want Him to change the person, but we do not want to wait. We want Him to open the door, but we do not want the possibility that He may lead us somewhere else. We want the answer. God often begins by asking for our trust. So tonight, give Him yourself, not the polished version, not the confident version, not the version that knows exactly what to say. Give Him the tired version, the confused version, the hopeful version, the fearful version, the version that is still healing. That is the version He can hold. And perhaps you will discover that being held by God is more peaceful than holding everything yourself. You were never meant to be the guardian of your entire future. You were meant to walk faithfully with the one who already sees it. Let that truth remain. The future is not asking you to solve it tonight. Tomorrow is not asking you to live it tonight. Your responsibilities are not asking you to carry them while you sleep. So let them wait. The night has come. Your body needs rest. Your mind needs quiet. Your heart needs surrender. And God is here. That is enough. So, as you begin to drift toward sleep, do not search for another thought. Do not search for another answer. Do not search for another reason to remain awake. Let this be the last thing you hold. God is still with me. God is still faithful. God is still watching, and I am allowed to rest. The night is in His hands. Tomorrow is in His hands. My loved ones are in His hands. My unanswered questions are in His hands. My mistakes are in His hands. My hopes are in His hands. My future is in His hands, and I am in His hands. Nothing more needs to be carried tonight. So rest, breathe slowly. Let your body become heavy. Let your mind become quiet. Let the darkness surround you without fear. The darkness is not your enemy. It is simply the absence of light. And even in darkness, God sees clearly. You do not need to see. He does. You do not need to know. He does. You do not need to control. He can. So close your eyes. Let the night continue. Let the world continue without your supervision. And trust that the God who has been faithful through every previous night will remain faithful through this one. You are held. You are not forgotten. You are not alone. And you do not have to stay awake to prove that you trust God. Sometimes the deepest expression of trust is simply this. You close your eyes, you release the day, and you sleep. There is a point in every night when there is nothing more you can do. The decisions have been made for today. The conversations have ended. The messages have been answered or left unanswered. The work has been put away, and whatever problems remain are now waiting for another day. Yet sometimes the mind refuses to accept that the day is over. It continues reviewing what happened. It searches for mistakes. It imagines conversations that never happened. It rehearses conversations that might happen tomorrow. It asks whether you should have said something differently, whether you should have acted sooner, whether you should have trusted someone less, whether you should have taken another opportunity, whether you should have noticed something you missed. And while the body lies still, the mind continues working, as though one more hour of thinking could somehow rewrite yesterday or guarantee tomorrow. But tonight, there is another possibility. You can stop, not because everything has been resolved, but because you have reached the boundary of what belongs to today. There is wisdom in knowing when to continue and when to release. There is courage in knowing when to act and when to wait. And there is faith in knowing when the only thing left to do is place the unfinished parts of your life into God's hands. Perhaps that is where you are tonight. You have done what you know to do. You have prayed. You have tried. You have thought. You have worked. You have apologized where you needed to apologize. You have made the decision you needed to make, and now you are exhausted. If that is where you are, let yourself stop. You do not have to squeeze another solution out of a tired mind. You do not have to keep examining the same problem from another angle. You do not have to replay the same memory one more time. You do not have to predict every possible outcome before you close your eyes. There are moments when continued thinking becomes less like wisdom and more like fear, wearing the clothes of responsibility. And perhaps tonight, your responsibility is simply to rest. David understood something that anxious hearts often forget. The night does not require him to solve everything. He can lie down, he can sleep, he can rest, because God remains God while David sleeps. That truth is larger than Psalm 4. It is a truth about the nature of trust itself. If everything depends upon you remaining awake, alert, prepared, and mentally engaged every second of the night, then you are not really resting. You are still trying to control the outcome. But surrender says something different. Surrender says, I have done what I can, and now I will trust God with what I cannot. That sentence may feel uncomfortable at first. Perhaps you will want to add a condition. I will trust God if, but real trust eventually learns to remove the condition. I will trust God, not because I know what He will do, not because I know how quickly He will do it, not because I know whether the outcome will match my wishes, but because I know who He is. That is the foundation. And perhaps tonight, you need to return to that foundation, because circumstances can make you question yourself. People can make you question your worth. Failure can make you question your ability. Waiting can make you question God's timing. Silence can make you question God's presence. But none of those things have the authority to redefine God's character. He remains faithful. He remains sovereign. He remains present. He remains worthy of trust. And you remain His. There is something deeply comforting about belonging. To know that you do not exist in the universe as an abandoned individual trying to fight your way through an indifferent world. You belong to God. Your life has meaning beyond what you accomplish. Your worth is deeper than your productivity. Your identity is deeper than your circumstances. Your future is larger than what you can currently see. And your present moment is not invisible to Him. Perhaps you have felt invisible lately. Maybe no one seems to understand how tired you really are. Maybe you have been carrying responsibilities quietly, while everyone assumes you are fine. Maybe you have smiled during the day, while privately wondering how much longer you can continue. Maybe you have become so accustomed to saying, "I'm okay," that you no longer know what it would feel like to honestly say, "I need someone to carry this with me." God knows. He sees what other people do not see. He sees the thought you never said aloud. He sees the tears you wiped away before anyone noticed. He sees the moment when you smiled even though your heart was hurting. He sees the strength it took simply to get through certain days. And perhaps tonight you do not need to explain yourself to anyone. You can simply rest in the knowledge that God knows. He knows. Sometimes those two words are enough. God knows. He knows what happened. He knows why it hurt. He knows what you hoped would happen. He knows what you feared. He knows what you lost. He knows what you still desire. He knows what you cannot put into words. And because He knows, you do not have to spend the entire night explaining yourself inside your own mind. You can stop. Let God know. Let God hold the things you cannot articulate. Let God remain present in the places where language fails. There are some wounds that cannot be explained neatly. Some losses do not fit into a simple lesson. Some disappointments do not have an immediate purpose that you can identify, and you do not need to force meaning onto them tonight. You can simply acknowledge that they hurt. You can say, "God, this hurts." That is enough. You do not need to immediately say, "But I am grateful for it." You do not need to pretend that pain does not hurt. Faith does not require emotional dishonesty. You can grieve and trust at the same time. You can be disappointed and still believe. You can cry and still have faith. You can have questions and still belong to God. In fact, sometimes the most honest faith is the faith that remains when easy answers disappear. Anyone can praise God when everything goes according to plan. But there is something profound about a person who can say, "I do not understand what you are doing, but I will not walk away from you." That is not shallow faith. That is faith that has passed through fire. And perhaps your faith is being strengthened in ways you cannot yet recognize. Maybe this difficult season is teaching you that God is more than an answer to your problems. He is your refuge within them. He is not merely useful when you need something. He is the one with whom you can live, and that changes prayer. Instead of prayer being only a place where you ask God to change circumstances, prayer becomes a place where you remember that you are not facing those circumstances alone. You may still ask Him to change them. You should still bring your requests, but you also learn to remain with Him when the answer takes time. That is relationship. And perhaps tonight relationship is what your heart needs more than explanation. You may have spent the entire day trying to understand. Tonight, simply remain. Remain in His presence. Remain under His care. Remain in the truth that He is near. There is no requirement to feel something extraordinary. Sometimes God's presence is experienced not through overwhelming emotion, but through a quiet confidence that you are not alone. Perhaps that quiet confidence is enough. Perhaps peace does not always arrive like a wave. Sometimes it arrives like the gradual dimming of a room, slowly, almost unnoticed. One thought becomes quieter, then another. The body relaxes, the breathing slows, the heart stops racing, and eventually you realize that you have been resting for several minutes without even trying. Let that happen naturally. You do not have to force peace. You can make room for it, and making room often means releasing what you have been gripping. Perhaps there is a conversation you keep replaying. Release it. You cannot change the words that have already been spoken. You can learn from them. You can apologize if necessary. You can make amends where possible, but you do not need to punish yourself repeatedly for the same mistake. Repentance is not the same thing as endless self-condemnation. If you have done wrong, acknowledge it. Ask God for forgiveness. Make things right where you can. Then move forward. You do not honor God by spending every night attacking yourself for something He has already called you to surrender. Grace is not permission to remain unchanged, but grace is also not a sentence to remain trapped in yesterday. Perhaps you need to hear that tonight. You are allowed to learn from your past without living inside it. The past can be a teacher without becoming your prison. You can remember without returning. You can grieve without remaining broken forever. You can acknowledge what happened without allowing it to determine everything that happens next. And perhaps tomorrow is an opportunity to take one small step forward, not 10 steps. 1. You do not have to rebuild your entire life tomorrow. You do not have to solve every problem. You do not have to become a completely different person overnight. Take one faithful step, then another. That is how journeys are completed. One step at a time, one day at a time, one prayer at a time, one act of obedience at a time, one decision to trust at a time, and one night of rest at a time. Perhaps that is what you are doing right now. You are taking a step toward peace, not because your life has suddenly become easy, because you have decided that anxiety does not get the final word tonight. That matters. Your thoughts may still come. Let them. You do not have to fight every thought. A thought is not a command. A fear is not a prophecy. A memory is not a present event. A possibility is not a certainty. And an emotion is not always an accurate interpretation of reality. That is especially important at night. When you are tired, everything can feel more intense. A small problem can feel enormous. A minor uncertainty can feel like catastrophe. A difficult conversation can feel like the end of a relationship. A financial concern can feel like permanent ruin. But morning often gives perspective that midnight cannot. So do not make major conclusions while exhausted. Do not decide that your life is hopeless because you are having a difficult night. Do not decide that God has abandoned you because you cannot feel Him. Do not decide that your future is ruined because today was painful. Night is not the best place to write final conclusions. Let morning come. Let rest come. Let perspective return. And let God remain God throughout the process. Perhaps tomorrow will bring answers. Perhaps it will not. But you will receive tomorrow's strength when tomorrow arrives. For tonight, receive tonight's grace. And tonight's grace may simply be permission to stop. There is a strange kind of freedom in saying, I am finished for today. You do not have to be finished with your entire life. You only have to be finished with today. Tomorrow can be tomorrow. The next conversation can be the next conversation. The next decision can be the next decision. The next problem can wait. You have permission to leave some things unfinished. Not every loose end needs to be tied before you sleep. Not every question needs an answer before midnight. Not every emotion needs to be resolved before morning. Some things can remain unresolved while you rest. That is not failure. That is being human. And perhaps God is teaching you something through that limitation. You cannot control everything. You cannot know everything. You cannot fix everything, but you can trust Him. And sometimes trust is the only thing left when control has reached its limit. So perhaps tonight, instead of asking, how do I make everything okay? Ask something different. God, how can I remain with you while things are not okay? That is a different prayer. It does not demand immediate perfection from life. It asks for presence within reality, and God is able to meet you there. He can meet you in the unfinished. He can meet you in the uncertainty. He can meet you in the waiting. He can meet you in the grief. He can meet you in the ordinary. He can meet you in the silence. And He can meet you tonight. Perhaps the most beautiful part of Psalm 4 is not simply that David sleeps. It is why he sleeps. He has remembered where his security comes from. He has remembered that God hears. He has remembered that God is faithful. He has remembered that God's presence is greater than the threats surrounding him. And then he rests. That is the movement we have been following. From anxiety toward trust, from noise toward stillness, from control toward surrender, from fear toward faith. And now, perhaps your heart can make that same movement. You do not have to complete it perfectly. Just move one step, release one fear, then another, release one question, then another, release one person, then another, release tomorrow, then release yourself. Because sometimes we release everyone else, but continue holding ourselves responsible for everything. We forgive others, but punish ourselves. We trust God with circumstances, but refuse to trust Him with our own weaknesses. We allow other people to make mistakes, but demand perfection from ourselves. Tonight, give yourself the same mercy you are learning to receive from God. You are still learning. You are still growing. You are still becoming. You will make mistakes. You will have difficult days. You will sometimes respond badly. You will sometimes misunderstand. You will sometimes become afraid. None of those things mean that God has abandoned the process. Growth is not the absence of weakness. Growth is learning what to do with weakness. And perhaps you are learning. Perhaps tonight is part of that education. You are learning how to surrender. You are learning how to rest. You are learning how to trust without seeing. You are learning how to live without demanding certainty. You are learning that God's faithfulness does not depend upon your ability to understand Him. That is a lesson worth carrying, because there will be other nights. There will be other uncertainties. There will be other moments when you ask questions. But each time, you can return to the same foundation. God is here. God hears. God knows. God cares. God is faithful. And I can rest. Perhaps those 5 truths are enough for tonight. God is here. God hears. God knows. God cares. God is faithful. And I can rest. Let them become quieter in your mind. You do not need to repeat them forcefully. Simply let them remain. God is here. God hears. God knows. God cares. God is faithful. And I can rest. The night does not need anything more from you. You have already given enough. You have already thought enough. You have already carried enough. So let the burden down. Imagine placing it somewhere outside yourself. You do not need to know exactly how God will handle it. You only need to stop carrying it. Perhaps you have been holding it so long that you have forgotten what your hands feel like without it. Open them slowly. Let go. You are not abandoning the problem. You are entrusting the problem. There is a difference. Abandonment says, I do not care anymore. Surrender says, I care deeply. But I recognize that I am not God. That is what you are doing tonight. You care, but you release. You love, but you release. You hope, but you release. You plan, but you release. And perhaps in that release, your heart finally becomes light enough to rest. Peace begins when you stop demanding that your hands hold what only God's hands were strong enough to carry. Let that truth remain with you. You can stop now. The night can continue without your supervision. The world will continue turning. The sun will rise. Morning will come. And God will still be there. Nothing you fail to solve tonight will surprise Him tomorrow. Nothing you forget to worry about tonight will become invisible to Him. Nothing you release into His hands will be beyond His awareness. So sleep. Let yourself become still. If a thought comes, let it pass. If a memory comes, let it pass. If a worry comes, give it to God. If your mind asks another question, you can answer gently, not tonight. There is time tomorrow. For now, I will rest. And perhaps that simple permission is exactly what your body has been waiting to hear. Not tonight. You do not need to solve it tonight. Not tonight. You do not need to understand it tonight. Not tonight. You do not need to fix the relationship tonight. Not tonight. You do not need to predict the future tonight. Not tonight. You do not need to carry everyone tonight. Tonight, you rest. Tonight, you trust. Tonight, you breathe. Tonight, you are held. And if you fall asleep while listening, you do not need to return to these words. Let them disappear into the background. Let the voice become distant. Let the music become soft. Let your breathing find its own rhythm. There is nothing left to accomplish here. Only rest, only quiet, only surrender. And perhaps somewhere in the space between your final conscious thought and sleep, let this truth remain. God does not need you to stay awake to take care of what you have placed in His hands. So close your eyes. Release the day. Release the unanswered questions. Release the unfinished work. Release the people you love. Release the mistakes you made. Release the future you cannot control. Release the version of yourself you think you should already be. And simply be. Be still. Be human. Be held. Be with God. The night is safe to enter because you are not entering it alone. And when morning comes, you will take the next step. Not all the steps, only the next one. Until then, rest. Let God keep watch. Let God carry what you cannot. Let God remain faithful while you sleep. And let your heart finally say, I have done enough for today. I have released what I cannot control. I have placed tomorrow in God's hands. I am allowed to rest. Then breathe. Slowly, quietly, naturally, and let sleep come when it comes. There is nothing else you need to prove tonight. You are held, and for this moment, that is enough. And now, there is nothing more you need to carry tonight. The day has already given you everything it was going to give you. Some moments were beautiful, some were difficult. Some were ordinary. Some may still be unresolved. But the day is finished now, and you do not need to keep living inside it. Whatever happened today has already become part of yesterday's story. You can learn from it. You can be grateful for it. You can grieve what hurt. You can repent where you need to repent. You can celebrate what was good. But you do not have to carry the entire day into the night. Let it go, slowly, without force, without fear. Just let it go. Perhaps there are things you wish had happened differently. Perhaps there are words you wish you had never spoken. Perhaps there are words someone spoke to you that you wish you could forget. Perhaps you made a mistake. Perhaps someone misunderstood you. Perhaps you did everything you could, and the outcome still disappointed you. Whatever happened, you can place it in God's hands now. You do not have to rewrite the past before you sleep. You cannot rewrite it anyway, but you can decide that the past will not own tonight. You can decide that one difficult day will not become a prophecy about your entire life. You can decide that one failure will not become your identity. You can decide that one disappointment will not become your definition of God. There is still grace. There is still tomorrow. There is still a God who sees the entire road when you can only see the next few steps. So tonight, Let your heart become quiet. You have nothing to prove here. There is no audience watching you. There is no performance required. There is no spiritual achievement you need to accomplish before you are allowed to rest. You can simply be still. And perhaps that is exactly what your heart has needed all day. Not another answer, not another notification, not another conversation, not another explanation, just stillness, just quiet, just the awareness that God is here. The same God who was with you this morning is with you now. The same God who saw you begin this day sees you ending it. He saw the moments nobody else saw. He heard the words nobody else heard. He understood the thoughts you could not explain. He knows where you are tired. He knows where you are afraid. He knows where you are still hoping. And He knows what tomorrow will bring. You do not, and you do not need to. That is one of the great freedoms of faith. You do not need to know everything because God does. You do not need to see everything because God does. You do not need to control everything because God is able to hold what you cannot. So let tomorrow remain tomorrow. Let the future remain in God's hands. You have permission to stop thinking about it tonight. If there is a decision waiting for you tomorrow, let it wait. If there is a conversation you need to have, let it wait. If there is work that needs to be finished, let it wait. If there is a problem that needs a solution, let it wait. You will meet those things when their time comes. Tonight, you meet God, and perhaps that is enough. Father, we come to you at the end of this day with everything that remains unfinished inside us. We bring you the thoughts that will not quiet down. We bring you the questions that have no answers. We bring you the decisions we are afraid to make. We bring you the people we cannot control. We bring you the memories we cannot change. We bring you the future we cannot see. And tonight, Father, we choose to release them, not because they do not matter, they matter deeply, but because we recognize that they do not belong entirely in our hands. We have done what we can today. Now we trust you with what remains. Where we have made mistakes, give us humility to learn and courage to make things right. Where we have hurt someone, give us the grace to seek reconciliation when the time is right. Where someone has hurt us, help us release bitterness without pretending that what happened did not matter. Where we are afraid, remind us that fear does not have authority over our future. Where we are exhausted, teach us that rest is not weakness. Where we are confused, give us patience. Where we are waiting, give us endurance. Where we are grieving, stay close. Where we are lonely, remind us that your presence is not dependent upon another person's presence. Where we feel forgotten, remind us that you see us completely. And where our faith feels small, help us remember that we do not need perfect faith to come to you. We simply need to come. So we come. Tonight we come without pretending. We come tired. We come hopeful. We come uncertain. We come with questions. We come with gratitude. We come with things we understand and things we do not understand, and we place all of them before you. Father, Teach us to trust your heart when we cannot understand your hand. Teach us to believe that your silence does not mean your absence. Teach us to remember that waiting does not mean you have forgotten us. Teach us to remember that a closed door does not mean you have abandoned us. Teach us to remember that one painful chapter does not mean the story is over. And when we cannot see what you are doing, help us trust who you are. You are faithful. You are good. You are merciful. You are patient. You are wise. You are near. And tonight, that is enough. Perhaps there is someone listening who has been carrying fear for a long time. Father, meet them there. Perhaps they are afraid of losing something. Perhaps they are afraid of the future. Perhaps they are afraid of being alone. Perhaps they are afraid that something they love will never be restored. Perhaps they are afraid that they have already made too many mistakes. Perhaps they are afraid that their best days are behind them. Whatever the fear may be, meet them in it. Do not allow fear to become their master. Teach them to recognize the difference between a possibility and a certainty. Teach them not to let imagined futures steal the peace of the present moment. Teach them that they can face tomorrow when tomorrow arrives. And tonight, give them rest. Give their mind permission to stop rehearsing disasters. Give their body permission to relax. Give their heart permission to stop defending itself for a few hours. Let them sleep. And while they sleep, remind them that you do not sleep. You do not become distracted. You do not forget. You do not lose sight of those who belong to you. Your care does not pause when our eyes close. Your faithfulness does not become weaker when we become unconscious. You remain God throughout the night, and because you remain awake, we can rest. That is the quiet confidence of Psalm 4. David does not say that everything around him is perfect. He does not say that every threat has disappeared. He does not say that every question has been answered. He simply knows that God is enough, and perhaps tonight we can learn the same thing. God is enough, not because life will always be easy, not because every prayer will be answered exactly as we expect, not because every relationship will remain intact, not because every dream will become reality, but because when everything else changes, God remains. And sometimes that is the most secure foundation a human heart can have. So tonight, we release the need to understand everything. We release the need to control everything. We release the need to predict everything. We release the need to protect ourselves from every possible disappointment. And we choose trust, quiet trust, simple trust, the kind of trust that does not need to make a speech, the kind of trust that simply closes its eyes, the kind of trust that says, God, I do not know what tomorrow will bring, but you do. I do not know how this situation will unfold, but you do. I do not know which door will open, but you do. I do not know how this story will end, but you do. So tonight I will rest. Let that prayer become your own, not as a performance, as a surrender. And now, if you are still awake, you do not need to force yourself to sleep. Simply rest. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. Feel the support beneath you. Let your shoulders become loose. Let your hands become still. Let your jaw relax. Let your breathing become natural. You do not need to control every breath. Simply receive each one. Another breath, another moment, another reminder that you are alive, another reminder that God has carried you this far. And perhaps you can quietly remember some of the things He has already brought you through. There were moments you thought you would never survive, yet you did. There were nights you thought would never end, yet morning came. There were seasons you thought would break you forever, yet somehow you continued. There were prayers you thought would never be answered. Some were answered differently. Some were answered later. Some perhaps are still waiting. But through all of them, God has not stopped being God, and He has not stopped being with you. Do not underestimate what you have already survived. You are listening tonight from a place that yesterday's version of you could not have imagined reaching. You are here. You made it this far, and there is still more ahead. Not necessarily an easy road, but a road that does not have to be walked alone. So do not fear the entire journey. You only need the next step, and tonight the next step is sleep. Let that be enough. Tomorrow there will be another step, and another, and another. God will meet you there. Now let the room become quieter. Let the sound around you fade into the background. You do not need to listen closely anymore. You do not need to remember every word. Let the words become like distant music, something gentle in the background while your mind begins to rest. If a thought comes, let it pass. If a worry comes, surrender it. If a memory comes, let it move through without following it. You do not have to chase every thought that enters your mind. Your mind can think without you obeying every thought. You can notice a thought and let it go. You can notice fear and return to God. You can notice tension and return to your breathing. You can notice uncertainty and return to trust. Again and again. There is no failure in returning. Returning is part of the practice, and perhaps tonight you will return many times. That is okay. Each return is another small act of faith. You do not need to become perfectly peaceful. You simply need to keep returning. God is here. God is faithful. God is watching. God is near. And I can rest. Let those words become softer now. God is here. God is faithful. God is watching. God is near. And I can rest. Again, only if you need them. God is here. God is faithful. God is watching. God is near. And I can rest. There is nowhere else you need to go tonight. You do not need another answer. You do not need another explanation. You do not need another plan. You can stop. You can rest. You can sleep. And when morning comes, you will rise. You will breathe. You will take the next step. You will do what needs to be done. You will trust God again. But that belongs to tomorrow. Tonight belongs to rest. So let tomorrow remain outside this room. Let the future remain beyond the horizon. Let the past remain behind you and remain here in this moment with God. There is something deeply beautiful about the simplicity of this moment. You do not need to accomplish anything. You do not need to impress anyone. You do not need to prove your worth. You are simply a human being resting beneath the care of God. And perhaps that is enough identity for tonight. You are His. Before the accomplishments, before the failures, before the success, before the mistakes, before the approval, before the rejection, before the plans, before the disappointments, you are His. And nothing you accomplish tomorrow will make Him love you more. Nothing you failed to accomplish today makes Him love you less. That truth can become a place of rest. You do not have to earn tomorrow. You only have to receive it when it comes. So sleep, and when you wake, begin again. Not with fear, with grace. Not with a demand to be perfect. With the willingness to take one faithful step. Not with the burden of knowing everything. With the humility to trust God. Not with the pressure to control everyone. With the freedom to love faithfully and release what you cannot control. Not with the expectation that life will never hurt. With the confidence that God will be present when it does. That is enough, more than enough. And now, Father, as this night continues, we place ourselves completely into your care. Watch over every person listening. Bring peace to the anxious mind. Bring comfort to the grieving heart. Bring strength to the exhausted soul. Bring wisdom to the confused. Bring courage to the fearful. Bring hope to the discouraged. Bring rest to those who have been carrying too much for too long. Where there is tension, bring stillness. Where there is noise, bring quiet. Where there is fear, bring trust. Where there is shame, bring grace. Where there is loneliness, bring the awareness of your presence. And where there are unanswered questions, teach us to wait without losing hope. Father, guard our minds tonight. Guard our hearts from the thoughts that exaggerate fear. Guard us from the temptation to believe that one difficult moment defines our future. Guard us from replaying conversations that cannot be changed. Guard us from imagining disasters that have not happened. Guard us from carrying responsibilities that belong to tomorrow. Give us wisdom to know what needs our attention and what needs our surrender. And tonight, let surrender win. Let peace win. Let trust win. Let rest win. Because we know that the world does not depend upon our ability to stay awake. Our families do not depend upon our anxiety. Our future does not depend upon our predictions. Our worth does not depend upon our productivity. And our security does not ultimately depend upon circumstances. Our security is found in you. So we rest. We rest because you are God. We rest because you are faithful. We rest because you are near. We rest because you hear. We rest because you know. We rest because you care. And we rest because you are holding what we cannot. Perhaps that is the final lesson tonight. Peace is not the absence of unanswered questions. Peace is knowing where to place them. Peace is not having complete control. Peace is trusting the one who does. Peace is not knowing exactly what tomorrow will bring. Peace is knowing that tomorrow will not arrive outside God's presence. And peace is not pretending that life cannot hurt. Peace is knowing that when it does, we will not be alone. So tonight, Leave the night in God's hands. Leave the past there. Leave tomorrow there. Leave your relationships there. Leave your fears there. Leave your hopes there. Leave your unanswered prayers there. And leave yourself there. Rest in His care. Let your eyes become heavy. Let your breathing become slow. Let your thoughts become distant. There is no need to resist sleep. There is no need to force it. Simply allow yourself to become still. The day is over. The work is done. The questions can wait. The future can wait. And God remains. So sleep now. Sleep without needing to know everything. Sleep without needing to fix everything. Sleep without needing to control everything. Sleep without needing to prove anything. Sleep knowing that the God who kept you through this day will be with you through the night. And when morning comes, His mercy will meet you there. You will not wake up abandoned. You will not wake up outside His care. You will wake into another day that He already sees. And whatever that day contains, you will take it one moment at a time, one breath at a time, one prayer at a time, one step at a time. For now, there is only this moment, and this moment is enough. So let the final thought settle gently into your heart. In peace I will lie down and sleep for you alone, Lord. Make me dwell in safety. Psalm 4 tight, NIV. You do not have to understand everything tonight. You do not have to solve everything tonight. You do not have to carry everything tonight. You can lie down. You can breathe. You can rest. You can sleep, because God is still here. God is still faithful. God is still watching, and you are still held. Good night. Rest deeply. Let your heart be quiet. Let your body rest. Let your mind release the day, and let God keep watch while you sleep. Amen.